right, late night. I'm representing Chicago, Illinois. Shout out to everybody on Facebook, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Indianapolis in the building. We got Greensboro in the building. We got New Jersey in the house. Jersey City, I presume. What's going on? What city are you from in New Jersey? Jersey City? What's the biggest city in New Jersey? New Jersey is a state, correct? So what's the biggest city in New Jersey? Or what city are you in New Jersey? All right, we're doing a Q&A. Quaylen wanted to talk about a lot of different conversations. We get to cover a lot of ground tonight. Let's do it. Saturday night. Yeah, it's early out on the West Coast. Only 11. Only midnight around Arizona and that area. Washington, D.C. is in the building. I did not watch that fight. We got Detroit, Michigan in the house. Washington, D.C. in the house. I did not watch that fight. I knew it was trash. I think people are losing interest. They know it's trash, so they just told him fight for real this time and let Jake get knocked out. We got New York, which if dude knocked him out, we know Mike Tyson could have knocked him out. Those fights, unless they make them look real, people's going to stop watching exhibition fights. Like, come on. Nobody, I didn't watch that. Nobody's going to watch no exhibition fight. When we see Mike Tyson almost knock Jake out and then they start, first off, when they had big old Jake fighting Floyd, I'm like, all right, come on. Floyd with the exhibition fights, I don't like them. It looks like Floyd be messing his money up and just have to do anything to get some money. The worst thing Floyd Mayweather could have did was fall out with 50 Cent. If he would have stayed in with 50 Cent and invested with 50, he'd be rocking and rolling. 50's better with money than he is. Game makes $97 million. You don't watch sports anymore. I don't watch them either. Like the Bears are winning, I haven't watched them. I'll watch them when the playoffs come just to support the city, but I won't believe that the games are real. They're ruining boxing and they're ruining politics. They're ruining it. Because they're fixing the politics too. They're doing too much. I think Donald Trump has totally destroyed the political system by just, I don't know why they let him have abuse of power like that and just overdoing it. He's not the only one, but he's the only one that's overdoing it. And it's just like, Y'all just let the man tear the White House down, really, and just let him hang up plaques disrespecting the other. He hang up plaques in the White House. I talked to my friend Uncle Mike. I had stopped really not really want to talk to him because he's like a political hack. It's affecting him. So I really hadn't talked to him, but he was on Instagram and said he was not feeling good. And I hadn't seen him come back and come back. I started feeling guilty. I called him. He said he got a stent in his heart. I don't know what a stent is. He says he got a stent in his heart. He's already got a colostomy bag. He's got all type of medical problems. He's got a stent in his heart. And he wanted to debate, he wanted to talk about politics. I said, because I said, well, how you doing? He says, well, had surgery on my heart and stuff. I got a stent in my heart. I said, oh, because I haven't seen you on Instagram. He started saying, yeah, bunch of crazy people on Instagram. I don't want to argue with crazy people on Instagram. So then he started wanting to go into what they doing and what they argue about. I said, I'm just calling to see how you doing. I don't want to hear whatever y'all was arguing about on Instagram. I don't want to hear the crazy political nonsense. I don't do the political debating. I don't do any type of debating and arguing. I don't like arguing and debating. I'm super extra super black, and black people don't argue and debate. We have a strange way we talk about situations, and it's not done in a debate format. It's just a more of an opinion format. And that's what I'm used to. I'm not used to, if it's Trump and Biden and a traditional black family, you'd be like, well, I don't know. I don't know. Biden is, then somebody say, hell, they're both crazy, but I don't know what Trump going to do. I don't know what either one of them going to do. Biden might do something, but I don't know. Trump, and so it's more easy going. Nobody's like, no, it's Trump or it's Biden, in the traditional black, it's just talk. Nobody's really tripping. And the new younger blacks, y'all simulating the Europeans in America. Y'all shouldn't be doing how they do it. You're supposed to do it the old black way. We don't be arguing over that kind of stuff. We don't be arguing over no presidents and stuff. That's some new stuff with the new. Y'all try to do some new stuff. I don't ever remember black people arguing over no politics. That's new. And I don't remember black people saying you as a certain party either. That's new too. That's all new stuff. By the time I came around, president running, they voted a Democrat, but not because of Democrat. They voted a Democrat because of the association of MLK. MLK and John F. Kennedy and them. They never really liked Johnson. I don't know why. But they didn't really argue politics. That's something new. I never heard my mom and daddy say their political views. A stent is used to reopen clogged veins. Yeah, his veins clogged up, but he's arguing about uh he won't argue about politics with clogged veins and the shit bag. Make it make sense. I told I ain't no real political hack like that. I ain't no political hack. If I'm a vote, I just go vote. I'm not used to social media politics where you get on there and tell them, I'm going to vote for so and so. You just go vote. I'm from the old school. You just go vote. It ain't really nobody business. And then once you vote, you ain't think about it no more. So if you vote for A and B win, back when I was coming, it was like, oh, okay, whatever. Is voting to put someone in office directly or indirectly? No, voting is a thing where voting is set up in America. Well, they be cheating nowadays. They let Elon do some computer stuff. But voting basically goes like this. You have an electoral college. And the electoral college is set up, and it's a beautiful system. I argued this in high school. The electoral college is beautiful. So the way the electoral college works is you get so many electoral votes per state. Now you still got to vote a lot for the candidate to get some electoral college votes. But the electoral college is great because it stops the big states from making the decisions every time. It was genius. It's a genius. It's a great idea. So if you got a small state, you get so many electoral colleges. So you don't really pick a president vote for vote. But so many votes equals so many electoral colleges. So they still could kind of cheat. But if they don't cheat, it's a great system because it stops the states with the most populations making a decision every time. If we didn't have electoral college, it would be horrible. Because every year, California, New York, Chicago, Texas would pick the president every time. If you lived in a state with less population, you would have no say so. It'd be horrible. If a majority vote would be horrible. I mean, it would be horrible. If you're in Idaho, Indiana, you would never have no type of muscle, no say so at all. So that was like really smart to make it so it can even out. Majority would be horrible. And they don't teach none of this in school, so the young people don't know. But a majority vote would be horrible. Be the worst thing ever. They wouldn't even come to your small state. They'll just go to the 10 states with the biggest population, and that would be it. Campaign over. I don't need your vote, you know? You know what I'm saying? It'd be horrible. They're trying to do redistricting and all type of stuff. The Republican Party is kind of ruining the government. And sometimes you want your side to win so bad that you let them ruin everything, but it will come back and bite you. So the Republican Party is basically cheating and ruining the country. I don't know what's wrong with them. Yeah, Delaware, Rhode Island, they would be nobody. That would be horrible. So the Electoral College is great, but they letting Trump turn the country into like a monarchy, like a dictatorship. That's so he get in there, he fire everybody that ain't gonna do what he tell them to do, and just put his people in every position. So everybody's gonna do what he tell them to do, which is crazy. I've noticed the worst uh, president I've ever seen in my life. It's just horrible. Really, just a straight criminal, like straight out. You know, it's crazy when you support a criminal because they seem to be on your side. It's just crazy. It's the worst system ever. Like, you don't have a Supreme Court. It's everything is just one side, the whole thing. It's so bad you can go tear the White House up and don't have to put it back and take your time. It's the worst government I've ever seen in the United States. And they're using the fact that it's your side in there to run over you. You know what I mean? So like that's the person you like, so they can just run over you, and you don't want no checks and balances because it's your side. But once they run over you, now they can just put all dictators in there. And what's going to happen when a dictator that set up a dictatorship and they don't go on none of our sides and they make us all do what they want us to do, which is where we're headed. They should have kept Trump in line. And so now the ones that come after him, it's going to be hell to pay. It was a bad mistake. Because the Americans turned politics into sports. They're dealing with politics the way they deal with sports. You ruin your own system just to win. It's crazy. If something happens to Trump, then the vice president will be the president. Yep. And there's no way Trump's going to make it to, he's not going to make it. It's bad. He called Biden Sleepy Joe, and now he's sleep all the time. It was like, it's a horror movie. So we got some questions. Let's do some questions and answers. Hey, they let that man tear up the White House. You can't make this up. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. They let him hang. They let him hang plaques in the White House and say, Joe Biden, the worst president ever, in the White House. Barack Obama, never black ass, never should. I never seen nothing like it. Like they let him be totally the president and be impartial to the other people and post it. You never seen nothing like that. I never seen nothing. That's the craziest thing I ever seen. They let him do that crazy stuff. Crazy man. Put a straight lunatic in there. I've been telling everybody he was crazy. Straight crazy. It's bad. You want to win so bad that you let them do all kind of crazy stuff. You want to win, you're a Republican. You want to win so bad, you let them go change everything that's going to turn back around and work against you. Because if you let them be a dictator and you set up a dictatorship government, the next person don't even have to be a Democrat or Republican. You can say the hell with all of us. He can just be on his own thing, doesn't have to do anything for either party because you let him set up a dictatorship based on it looked like they was riding with the Republican Party. And once they set this type of government up, somebody gonna get in there to be the hell with all of us. Everybody shut up and do it. That's where it's headed. Because his family done made what $17 billion since he been in there. He's like using it for like he's using the White House to grift. And because he's your man, you're letting them do it. It's gonna come back and bite you. Yeah, he got his mugshot to remind him to mess everybody up. He ain't gonna never forgive America for that. He's dealing with straight revenge. They humiliated me. I'll fix them. I'll tear this whole, I'll mess everything up. Crazy as hell. So we got some questions. You can ask any kind of questions. They don't have to be political. They don't have to be. They could be whatever. Let's do it. Let's have a good night. Let's talk about everything. Everybody that's watching this, watch. You can ask questions when this is over in the comments. I'm going to read the comments to this particular live and answer questions once this live is over. I typically don't look at the comments, but for this live, this video, when it's done, I will be still responding to questions. And for those that be commenting and asking me stuff, I'm not ignoring you, but I do so many lives that I hardly have time to go to YouTube and read them. So that's why I wish I could respond, but just like now, I got to do another live. I got to get up tomorrow. I got to do a live, Content creating is a real job. Seriously. Once they added monetization to content creating, you have no idea. It's a real job, like a 9 to 5. Like, seriously. It's a job. Am I a Moor? No, I'm not a Moor. I'm a foundational Black American Kemetic Rasta. Moors don't have dreadlocks that I know of. Do I think FBA should prepare for World War III? I think World War III could happen at any time. I don't think that we should prepare for World War III, but I think we should prepare for emergencies, any emergencies. I think everybody in the United States should prepare for any emergency. Yep. You should have your emergency preparedness stuff because will they get a chance to go to war, or will Mother Nature tear everything up? 3 states is underwater right now in the U.S., but they don't want to tell you. They don't want to tell you. Some state got hundreds of sinkholes, or country, just sinkholes everywhere. Just big. The Mother Nature is really acting a fool. And they don't want to alarm the citizens of planet Earth, so they're not telling the Earthlings how bad it really is. all type of stuff. Rain levees broke and all that. Ethiopia had a volcano went off, and there's no record of the last time it went off. And the records they got go back 12,000 years, and it haven't went off in 12,000 years. What you mean, what's my nationality? I'm a foundational black American. I'm an American citizen. Yeah, I'm an American citizen. I'm a U.S. citizen. Yep. I'm a citizen of the United States of America. Yeah, they've been having earthquake swarms in the Bay Area. Yeah. And the ground is moving everywhere, and the weather's acting crazy everywhere. This is our first winter in Chicago in like 4 years. It's been like 60, 70 degrees, 60 degrees, 50 degrees, 40 degrees, no freezing. It's the first time we got snow since about 4 years ago. And it didn't snow like it still haven't snowed like it did 4 years ago. We haven't had no snow worth shoveling. That's what Nova Drew Ali said. Okay. Obviously nobody listened to him, huh? But a couple mores. I don't listen to Nova Drew Ali is gone. And Nova Drew Ali is gone and is totally insignificant. Totally insignificant. The only people paying attention to Noble Drew Ali is a handful of people call themselves Moors. Noble Drew Ali is nobody. Nobody listens. He was overshadowed. Well, first you had Marcus Garvey. He never did really do better than Marcus Garvey. Then he was overshadowed by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And so he's always been a backseat type person. He's never been prominent. The Moors have never really took off, never their concept never went anywhere. And then the idea that with so many Moors in prison for scamming, it's just crazy that they think that they got this independent nationality and they in all them prisons up in New York. It's like, bro, I thought you was, where's your paperwork so you ain't got to be in prison? Remember when the Moors were like scamming, talking about they could just move in people's houses, like just moving in people's houses while they got crazy. Polite was like a Nuwabian Moor, like a Morawabian. Polite is a Morawabian. He's like half Moor, half. Remember he was with the Moor scams for the houses and stuff. But they never took off. But good luck. They teach a false philosophy because Moor was just meant black. So when they say Moor's not black, it's crazy because Moor was the term that meant black. This is what they call black people up there in Turkey and up there north of Morocco. So it's crazy. It's like one person say uno and the other person say one. And this person say, no, we won. And this person say we uno, but it's the same thing. So they say more is not black, but more is a word for black. As a matter of fact, they were blackamoor. So like if black means death, why were you blackamoors? Because you were called blackamoors. Blackamoors. Black. Look it up. Look up blackamoor. Yeah, I'm not gonna yeah, I don't want to get into all of that. I'm not here to debate it. I'm not gonna be able to talk to you. You're not gonna be able to push your ideology with the weird face and stuff. But maybe somebody will listen to you. But don't block them. But we're not really going to be paying you no attention. But type away though. I'm not going to be paying you no attention. Nothing. All that what you're saying to me is trash. I would never listen to none of that. That's all nonsense. The Moorish flag is over 10,000 years old, if you say so. That's kind of young though, compared to the pyramids. But whatever. Whatever. I don't know if that's what if you're happy with being a Moor. I don't know why that's not enough. So that's what's a little weird about certain groups like that. Because if you're a Moor, you're supposed to be happy about it. You're not supposed to be obsessed with making me want to believe what you believe. You're just supposed to be a happy Moor. Are you a happy Moor? Are you happy with being a Moor on your own, or do I need to be a Moor for you to be happy? Because you're gonna be unhappy, you know. Because it's a little fanatical. You don't think that's a little fanatical to be trying to get people to accept what you've accepted? You don't think that's weird? You don't think you're a little weird? And you try to get people to accept it that your mother haven't accepted, your daddy doesn't accept it, none of your relatives accept it. And you're trying to push it on strangers. Your kids ain't gonna even be Moors. They ain't gonna do that. They're gonna be like, Daddy, I don't want to be no damn Moor no more. You know what I'm saying? They might be Moors when you make them be Moors, but eventually they're not gonna be a Moor no more. I don't know why you're just not happy being a Moor. Are you happy being a Moor? Or do you need more Moors? You need more Moors, huh? We need all of us to be Moors for you to be happy. Is that what's going on? Because it seemed to me if you was a Moor, you'd just be happy. You're like, no, I need more Moors. He need he need us all to be Moors. Oh, it's just not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of being the only Moor. He hell bent on us wanting to be Moors. Bruh, take a chill pill. Listen, I ain't gonna never identify as no more. Let's move on. Anybody else got any uh rational questions and not trying to I don't want to talk to any recruiters. Okay. This guy's like an army recruiter. You know what I'm saying? He trying to get me to be a Moor. You know what I'm saying? Bruh, I'm 67. If I was gonna be a Moor, I would have been a Moor. I would have been a Moor uh, way back. Yeah, he's an army recruiter. He try to recruit Moors. It ain't working too good because I don't know no Moors. What's beyond the ice wall? The ice wall, I can't tell you an absolute. But I could tell you maybe some theories I have now. Lucifer was casted down into the ice, him and the fallen angels. And I believe the ice wall is there to, like a prison. I believe the ice wall is an ice prison. That's what they took from Batman. You see Batman when they took the ice guy? And I believe it was built uh, in case uh, these fallen angels get out, these ice beings get out. And I believe it's possibly dangerous over there. Yeah. So I believe it's possibly dangerous over there. Possible dragons over there. I would say. They say that all the leaders in the world go to the Antarctic and talk to these uh, beings over there. And when you get up around that way, you got, uh, when you go up that way, you got the Devil's Point. That red thing is called the Devil's Point, right? Not only do you have the Devil's Point, you have Devil Island, right? A lot of devil stuff up in the Antarctic. You know? You got the Antarctic Halloween crack. You see what I'm getting at? They call this the Halloween crack. And so I believe it's fallen angels up there. That's what I believe. And I believe instead of trying to come up, I believe instead of trying to come up uh, they might have found a way to they might have found a way to go uh, underground. You know what I'm saying? They might have found a way to go underground. You know what I'm saying? Yep, they might have found a way to escape under to get out. You know what I'm saying? Greetings. So they might have found a way to go under and get out. You know what I'm saying? That's a high possibility. You know what I mean? But that's what it said. It's a lot of, it's an area for the fallen angels. This is what a lot of people are saying. That's what's up there. This is what it said. You know what I'm saying? By a lot of people. Seriously. A lot of people believe there's things there. Up there. That's what a lot of people believe. That there are creatures at the Antarctic. They say that every so often all of the world leaders go up there and talk to some type of creature. That's what they say. They say that they go up there and they talk to some type of creature up there. That's what they say. That's what they say. That the world leaders go up there and they talk to some type of evil creature that's up there. I mean, this is what a lot of people say, and that it gives them orders what to do for the next 3 or 4 years. They say whoever's the president of the United States be there. and all of that. This is what they be saying. This is what's said. Real talk. And so you can't go up there. It's off limits. It's definitely off limits. You can't go. You can't go up there. Real talk. That's what it said. That's what they say. There's monsters up there. Real talk. Yeah, I'm still working out. Yeah, they say it's monsters. They say it's monsters up there. Monsters in the Antarctic. As you know, there's been a lot of movies that talk about the Iceman up there and stuff like that. There's been a lot of talk about that. Seriously. A lot of talk about that. About some Icemen being up there. You know what I mean? Lot of talk about that. Seriously. And so the Euphrates. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get my camera back on. Give me a minute. My camera's unplugged. Oh. Why is my camera off? Give me a minute. Hello? Oh, you can still hear me. Let me get my camera back on. I'm not sure why it's off. I'm not sure why it's off. But you can still hear me. Let me get my camera back on. There we have it. Yeah, I plugged up a hard drive to show you something if I could find it. And it turned my camera off. Let's see. Is it going to find it? Yeah. Bam. Now that's the Euphrates. And, according to the scriptures, the Euphrates was a place where the military was supposed to march for Armageddon. So they might have found a way to go underground. From the Antarctic and pop up over there. Because I know you heard the sounds, and I know you noticed that wasn't no human sounds. So it's a high possibility they popped up over there. That's a high possibility. You know? That they found another way to get out. But it says that, in the Bible it says that Lucifer was going to be hurt and wash up on the shore, and they was going to find him. And then interpreters say when they find him, they're going to make a computerized version of him. You know? So there's all type of mystical things going on, that's for sure. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about that. It's definitely, and this is the time for that. So there's definitely a bunch of strange things going on. And the Antarctic got a lot to do with it. For sure. And the Euphrates got a lot to do with all of this here. Because like I said, the Antarctic got the Devil's Point, the Devil's Island, the Halloween crack, and lots of other real strange things up there. Lots of them. Very strange. Very, very strange. very, very strange things going on in the world right now that people are ignoring, of course. Very strange things. So the ice wall and the things going on there are definitely hidden. They will not show you what's over there. They will not fly in any type of way for you to uh, know anything about any of that. That is totally hidden from us. Totally, totally hidden from us. It's not meant for us to know anything about that at all. Planes don't fly in certain areas. They don't want you to the Grand Canyon. You can't go in every area there. The Euphrates, there's certain things you can't go see. A lot of mountains you can't go to, and a lot of national parks and forest reserves will have a blocked off area with a big sign and it'll say, "Do not go, do not go, do not cross, do not uh, pass this area." And there's no telling what is over there. What is propaganda? I mean, propaganda is a word that could be used for a lot of different stuff. Propaganda is a systematic spread of biased and misleading information using emotional appeals and selective facts to influence public opinion, attitudes, or behavior for a specific agenda, often political. So propaganda is just just hyping up something, just putting out false information to help you in wars, politics, racial issues, like information to guide the public. I mean, when you look at how black people are portrayed in the media versus white counterparts, uh, that's based off of racism and based off of uh, raising up one race by putting down the other race. You can't make people feel superior unless you portray the other ones as inferior. And so a lot of that stuff is just an inferiority complex, basically. It's basically an inferiority complex because when you have people in the media and the military, stuff like that, they'll have their own personal hangups and they'll just apply their hangups into whatever they're doing. Why do I feel the Middle East, which is so close to biblical and religious history, has so much conflict and problems? The Middle East has a lot of problems because the Middle East is really uh, first off, all those people is invaders, and so after the Arab invasion, it's been problems ever since because that's not their territory. They're not supposed to be in Kemet or what you call Egypt. They're not supposed to be in North Africa. So those are like invaders because the Arabs are really uh, Eastern Europeans. So they're not even from there. But many of them have been nomadic, and that's how they end up there. But they're really an Eastern European group. A lot like the people that live right under Russia. So it's a bunch of conflict because people that went into somebody else's land. So now you got all these different people in these lands that don't get along. And then you got two different types of Islam, and that don't help nothing. Then you got people over there that's calling themselves Israelis. That's not helping nothing. Then you got a lot of oil. You got a lot of oil, and that's going to always be conflict over natural resources. So it's a whole bunch of reasons why there's confusion over there. But they're not all the same religion, or they're not all the same type of uh, Muslims. Because like the Muslims split, and the ones that was related to Muhammad was kind of not allowed to be in power because they was black, and those are the ones that end up going across to Ethiopia like that. So that's why you got Sunni and Shia. You understand? Those don't get along. There's a discrepancy between which group is really descended from Muhammad, along with all other type of stuff. Because you got people there trying to be religious that they not. You got all type of stuff. But it's not any more conflict than anywhere else. It's just the conflict that our news show you. They don't show you the conflict between India and Pakistan. It's just the same. India and Pakistan is tripping over there. A lot of people get unalived between them two. A lot of war between the Hindu and the Muslims. Lots of tension. Lots. So it's no different than anywhere else in the world. The Middle East is no different than what's going on in Nigeria, what's going on in East Africa, Darfur and all in there. You know what I'm saying? It's all over the world. The Middle East is no worse than nowhere else. It's not that they don't like us. They are brainwashed for the powers to be not to like us so they can take our stuff. So the powers that be have to make people not like us to rob us. So the people that don't like us don't know why they don't like us. They're being brainwashed. They don't really don't like us. They're being brainwashed not to like us so that the powers that be can rob us of whatever natural resources we had. Because the dark melanated people lived on the most resources, which you would call Africa. Africa has the most resources in one landmass than all the other places. Because that's basically like the center of the earth. What's going on, Exhibir? Do we got some more good questions? Y'all answer some good questions. Hit me up with them. I'm going to try to answer them the best I can. Any word on what's happening with the Venezuela oil taker that was seized by the United States? Nope, they just took it and they're going to take all the rest of them. They want to go in there and take the oil because America used to control some of them spots. and Chavez ran America out, and they ain't forgot. See, America had territory there. They don't tell America that. They make it like America just going taking stuff from Venezuela. America was kicked out of that, and America had developed much of that. Americans had built a lot of that infrastructure down there, and then they ran them out. And now Trump trying to go and take it back. It ain't like America haven't been there. America was the one that helped set all that up. So they're not really telling the whole story on that. That's why they say American interests. Because if I go and I dig and I work, I come to your house and I work and I work in your backyard, me and some people, and we work 7 years and we finally find water. And I live next door to you and you here, and we're going to share the water. And then you run me out and now you got the water. That's never going to go away that you took that water from me. 10 years, 20 years, still, I got the rights to that water because I was the main one, especially if I was the main one that helped you drill for it. At that time, America was the number one with getting oil and stuff like that. Venezuela didn't know how to get no oil out no doggone ground. America's the one that went and showed all these people how to get the oil. Which they learned from us, of course. Okay? Black Wall Street wasn't just about Black Wall Street. That was the oil. Those people worked for the oil company. That's why them black people had so much money. Look it up. Look up Black Wall Street. What state that's in? All right. Oil. 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 They wanted to get them black people off of that land that got all that oil. That's what that was really about. Oil. They stole our oil. That's ours. That was ours. They don't want to talk about that. That's why so many black men had all that money because they was dealing in oil. In the early stages of the oil business. You know, see how they wiped that all out? Nobody knows that. Facts. Oil. Look it up. Look up Black Wall Street. It's going to tell you the state. Look that state up and look up oil. It's one of the number one oil states in America. What state is in, Anthony? What state? Right. And Oklahoma got how much oil? Oklahoma is just like Texas. Facts. And them black folks had that land with that oil and was in the oil business. That's why they was doing so well. That's why they was doing so well. They displaced us off of the oil. Yep. That's what it was really over. Oil. They just say these black people got all these businesses. They don't tell you where the money came from to get the businesses. Oil. Why you think them black people had so much money? They was in the oil business. That's the old school oil business when they was first getting it out the ground. This is why they don't want to. They don't want to get to talking about reparations and dig up all of these wounds. Why the book of Enoch is not in the Bible? Because when they sat together, when they had the council and they got together, they had to try to figure out which books to put in the Bible and which ones not. And at that time, any one that they didn't have enough evidence to verify it, they left out. A lot of that evidence, right? Okay, first off, there's a lot of different Bibles. So there is Bibles with that in there. And everybody got a different Bible. So everybody you have the King James Bible. The Catholic Bible got more books in it. And there's other Bibles. So there are Bibles with the book of Enoch in them. Because there's a lot of different Bibles because you had different Christians and they used different Bibles, different prayers. The Catholics pray to the Black Madonna, right? Mary, Mary, Mother, right? Mother of God. The Catholic Bible got more books in it than the King James Version. So there's a lot of different Bibles. And there are Bibles with all the books in it. But different religions chose to use different ones. Because I'm just ordering the book of Enoch. I just ordered that. But that's because different religions, you got a lot of different religions and they alter the book based on their religion. So I used to we used to sell incense downtown. And there was this brother, he would come down there and he would talk to us sometime, and then he would leave. I believe he was an angel. And so one day he came down there. And the reason I believe he's an angel, because some kind of way he told us to come with him and we went. And we was two young black dudes from Chicago. We ain't just following just any dude. So we followed this man, a black brother. He was dressed like some kind of holy man or something. And we followed him. And he took us downtown to us, one of these little hotels downtown. Right? And when he opened his key and went in his room on his bed, his whole bed was covered with Bibles. Like 16 Bibles. 4, 4, 4, 4. They was all open to the same chapter and the same verse. Like 16 different Bibles. And he told us that you have to read all of them so you can get the true interpretation. So if we read 1 John, chapter 1, he read it in this one, then in that one, then in that one, and then that one. And he read all 16. Then he go to First John chapter 2, and he read it in. And he had his loins girded, which I'm going to start back doing. And he told us we're supposed to wrap our loins with this white material. You're supposed to gird your loins. And I used to do it. I'm going to start back doing it. But he was the one that told us that you got to wait till after midnight and read the book of Job. Because he said if you don't read it right after midnight, you ain't gonna understand it. So we went home, and either that night or the next night at midnight, we read the book of Job. And man, because he said you gotta wait till the bewitching hour is over. He was like the bewitching hours from when the sun first go down to midnight. And then the bewitching hour is over because now the sun's coming back around and be coming up. And then he said it's the most calmest in the atmosphere. Everybody sleep. All the demons ain't moving around. And he said you could get the highest knowledge. He ain't lying. I read the book of Job. And some people say the book of Job is really supposed to be up where Moses tell a story about they say the book of Job is in the wrong place. It should be further up. That they put it in the wrong spot. I could believe that too. It seemed like it go up in Genesis, like in the book of Genesis. The book of Job should have been in the book of Genesis. That's what it seemed like. The slave Bible, yeah. The slave Bible had less books in it. So the slave Bible is a Bible that they took certain books out to be able to make you be a slave. And they only left books in there that would fit slavery. This is it right here. So they took all the books out that's against slavery, and they only left books like Obey Your Master and stuff like that. They tailored it for slavery. And anything that spoke against slavery and abuse and stuff, they took it out. Yeah. It was tailored for slavery. Like misinterpreted information. You know what I mean? Because the Bible talks against slavery, so they had to take all that out of there. So everything talked against slavery and the brutality of slavery they took out, and they left verses that could be interpreted to support that type of abuse. And that's the one they used to give the slave and read to the slave. I'm sure you can. You know, everything's for sale now, Robert. I'm sure you can. Look at it. All you got to do is Google it. That's why the preacher change and don't teach straight through the Bible. That way he can brainwash. He can turn to this and say this, da 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 da. He can turn here and say that, da da, and take everything out of context. You know what I'm saying? That way they can take everything out of context. Let's take a break. and then we'll finish. Yeah, let's get it popping. They are still on that BS after all these years. That's why don't trust them for as I can see them. The thing is, all of these problems really is not them, it's us. And so there's a certain way that we would be that would prevent that. And so it's all like self inflicted. So all of these problems are self inflicted, basically, based on our own behavior. Like nobody's powerful enough to conquer us. We have done this to ourselves. Even when the Portuguese came to West Africa, they wasn't looking for slaves. The West Africans sold them their enemies that they was fighting. That's why when they say we sold our own people, it's a lie. Because technically, when they sold them people, they was not really their own people. That's a new concept that everybody black is their own people. So if a Navajo sold an Apache, we would say that the Indians sold their own people. But at that time, a Navajo wouldn't consider an Apache his people. So when one group of Africans sold some other Africans, they was not considered Africans. They was considered the enemy that they had just went to war with. So the Africans did not sell their own people because they were not Africans. They were different tribes. And when this tribe fighting this tribe, and then they sell this tribe, that's not considered your own people. We made up the Pan-African fake concept that those people are Africans. Those people are not Africans. Those people over there are not Africans. Those are different people. And then the Europeans realized, we already had the best cotton in East Africa, and we already had this stuff, and we could work in the sun good. So slavery was just a convenience that we could take the sun, and they couldn't. They can't pick cotton in the sun like that. They burn easy. They sunburn, and we don't. It really was just that simple. That we picked the cotton because we could take the sun. And they can't. They couldn't. They would never been able to pick that cotton. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Well, you got to know technically Adam and Eve wasn't people. The Lord and the Lordesses was people, and one of those people made Adam and then took a rib and made Eve. So Adam and Eve was basically Frankenstein. So they wasn't ready for certain knowledge. They was a new creature. You see, in the beginning, Adam and Eve was not technically the people. Let me go through that. Where is that? Is it this? No, that's not it. See, look here. Genesis 1:26. And God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creepy thing up on the earth. Right? Right? But then look what it say. This is in the first chapter. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. So as you see in the first chapter, male and female was made at the same time. So basically, there was God, and God was a what you might call a spirit, and God became male and female. And then this male and female God say, let us make some in our image. Right? See? See what it said? In the image of God created he him, male and female. Well, if you created him in the image of God, male and female, that means God, right? Right? We know that God is male and female because God made us in male and female. So in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh, and the Word was God. That's a riddle. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh, and the Word was God. Well, the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh, and the Word was God. That means the beginning was God, and God was made flesh. Right? And then this flesh God say, let us make man in our image, male and female. This is Genesis 1, and this is Genesis 1, 27 and 28, right? Right? Now, when you get to verse 2, it don't say God. It say the Lord God. So God, male and female, made lords in their own image, male and female. And then one of those lords formed Adam from the dust of the ground. Now, this is in the second chapter. So that shows you that God made male and female at one time, Lord gods. But the Lord God didn't make male and female, it only made a male. God had made everything male and female, starting with itself, where God was like what you would call a spirit. In the beginning was the Word was made flesh, and the Word was God. And then that God was male and female. And then that God said, let us make man in our image, male and female. Okay? After the fish and everything. So the fish, the fowl of their cattle, everything was male and female. Then the Lord formed. See, this said make, create, make man, create man. The Lord God didn't create man, he formed man, and he only made the male. Are y'all with me? Only made the male. And then that male noticed that the other creatures was male and female. So that male went to the Lord God and said, Why I don't got a female? The cows got a female. The birds got a female. Everybody got a female. Why I don't? You even got a female. So then the Lord did what? Made him a woman, took his rib and made him a woman. And you can tell this was science, right? You can tell this is science, right? You can tell this is science because then what? It says what? And the Lord caused a deep sleep to fall on Adam. That's anesthesia. And he slept and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. That's a surgery. That's a surgery. If he put him to sleep, that's not anesthesia. Closing up the wound, that's not a surgery. That is a surgery. That is a surgery. But that's not us. Then, when Adam and Eve started breeding, the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men. See, there were giants in the earth those days. That's those creations that the Lord made, Adam and them, right? And also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men and they bare them children, the same became mighty men which were of old. So that first creation, they said, let us make man in our image, male and female. The male starts sleeping with the descendants of Adam and Eve and had us. We're half Adam and Eve, half Lord gods and lordesses. So we're half of the first creation and half Adam and Eve. And see, it said, and what it say? It say giants were in the earth when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, right? Guess what the very next chapter say? Guess what the very next chapter say? After these sons of God, because there was giants in the earth those days, and those giants slept with the descendants of Eve. And what the next chapter say? Noah. So Noah was a descendant of the sons of God mixing with the daughters of men. Noah was a half, right? And then everybody else was what? Drowned, which means we are the descendants of the sons of God and the daughters of men. We all come from Noah because everybody else drowned. Everybody else drowned. And we come from Noah. We're God and man. Remember they called Christ God and man. That's what we are. We're half God, half man. Half goddess, half woman. We're from that first creation and that second creation. When the sons of God slept with the daughters of men, they had us. And that's why the devil hates us. That's why Lucifer hates us. Why? Because you got God, right? You got the sons of God and the daughters of God. Then you got the angels. Then you got Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve does not have the bloodline of God. Adam and Eve was a Frankenstein type thing. The bloodline of God and the goddess is God and his wife and the sons and daughters of God. Then the angels, then Adam and Eve. But when the sons of God slept with the daughters of Eve and had children, now they got the bloodline of God. And that's y'all. Technically, God and the goddess is not your mother and father. God and the goddess is our grandparents. The sons and our grandparents is God. Our father is the son of God, and our mother is Eve. And we are God's grandchildren. So if you got the Most High God, then you got the gods and goddesses, the daughters and sons of God, then you got Adam and Eve. Well, you got the Most High God, you got God's sons and daughters, you got the angels, and then you got Adam and Eve. So now when the sons of God sleep with Eve and have us, we move up over the angels because God is our granddaddy. So now you got our granddaddy and our grandmama God and the goddess. Then you got our father, the son of God, and our mother Eve, then us, then the angels, then Adam and Eve. So that's why Lucifer got mad, because we moved up over Lucifer. Because God is our granddaddy. God ain't your father. The great God and great goddess is your grandfather and grandmother. Your daddy is the sons of God. And your mama is Eve. We are the children of the Son of God and Eve. So Lucifer got mad and been trying to make us look bad. That's why God say, I'm going to keep taking care of y'all for my name's sake. Meaning, because y'all my grandchildren. Hold on, we'll finish in a minute. These are facts. So they went to erase God's wife. They said, let us make man in our image. He was, okay, that's what? In our image, male and female. See? So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female, which means his image was male and female. So they erased God's wife out of the scriptures. Basically, Ashera. This was God's wife. They erased her. Thou shalt not plant thee a grove or any trees near unto the altar of the Lord thy God, which thou shalt make thee, neither shalt thou set thee up any image which the Lord thy God hateth. And this is later, way in Deuteronomy, when the Hebrew Israelites began to try to hide Asherah. The tree that they was planting represented God's wife. By then, the Hebrew Israelites had turned to male chauvinists, and that's why you see male chauvinism in religion. They hid God's wife, when clearly it shows you that God said, made in his image, created in him, male and female. And it ain't no Eve yet. This is only, Eve not made to the second chapter. This is the first chapter. What female? So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female. And this is God. That's not God in the second chapter. That's the Lord God, the man God, formed. God created. The Lord God formed from the dust. God didn't form from no dust. God made man and female at the same time. The Lord God only made a man and had to go back later and make a female, which is the story of Frankenstein, basically, right? Dr. Frankenstein made Frankenstein, and then Frankenstein was lonely. Then Dr. Frankenstein went and had to make the bride of Frankenstein, right? Bam, same story. Go read it. It's all right there. They know you're not going to see those tricks with the words. They know you're not going to notice Lord, the difference between God and Lord God. They know that. That's why you got to read it close. So, yeah, we have God, have man. What Christ keeps saying, I'm God and man. Christ keeps saying, I'm God and man. I'm God and man. He never said he was God. He said God and man, meaning that Christ's daddy is God and his mama is Eve. That's who he's a descendant of. That's who we descendants of. That's why you got your God side and you got your man side. If they feed you a bunch of trash, your pineal gland will what? Calcify, and now you can't transfer knowledge from the Eve side to the God side. You don't have, you blocking your two sides. Because you didn't calcify the pineal gland, so now your Eve side, your mother's side, can't work with your father's side, your God side. Your God and man. The pineal gland's right in the middle. So now you can't think on a higher level. Your two sides is shut off. That's why Christ was walking around with like 36 herbs in the bag, right? And he telling them stuff like, come on, get out the boat. You could walk on this water. And they was like, no, we can't. He said, yeah, you could walk on this water. One of the disciples was doing it. Then he panicked and he fell. You uncalcified by only eating plants, herbs, plants, fruits, vegetables, herbs, spices, nuts, and grains. Christ walked around with spices. Look, Christ was there with them, right? He took out some bread and some grape juice, right? And what did he say? He said the bread, he said, this is my body. And the grapes, he said, and this is my blood. He did not get him no fish. He gave the fish to the people that was already eating fish. But when he was in there with the disciples, he only took out bread and grapes that they still use for communion. What is communion at the church? A wafer and wine. And the reason he said, this is my body and this is my blood, was he was making a reference to Mithridates Day. Back then they had a day called Mithridates Day that you now call Christmas, Mithridates, right? And on Mithridates Day, the Romans used to do what? Eat raw bull with blood. So they would eat the bull and drink the blood. They ate the body of the bull and drank the blood of the bull. So Christ, like, they whack. This my body, the bread, and this is my blood. That was in reference to what the Romans was doing. They never teach you that in church. Why did he say this my body and this my blood? That was in reference to the Romans who was eating bull and drinking bull blood. And if you think I'm lying, go look at the matadors, how when they kill the bull, they stick all that swords in them. Y'all think they throw that bull away? They eat that bull. They still today bullfight and poke the bull and blood be everywhere. Still today. So if you don't know the other history, the Bible ain't gonna make no sense. You gotta know history. What was the Romans doing? What was the Philistines doing? What were they doing in Egypt? If you don't know what they was doing in Egypt, when Mary took Christ to Egypt, you don't understand. Now listen, Mary got Christ, right? They trying to hide him. They don't want nobody to find him. So they take him to Egypt. If he don't look like the Egyptians, can he hide? Which means the black Hebrew Israelites looked exactly like the black Egyptians. Or the boy wouldn't have been able to hide. They would have been like, he a Hebrew. Why they didn't know he a Hebrew? Because there wasn't no difference between an Ethiopian, an Egyptian, a Hebrew. Israel right here, Egypt right here, Ethiopia right here, Sudan, them all the same people. Them was all the same people, man. How she gonna hide her son if he don't look like them? Make it make sense. And then when they was chasing the Muslims, right? Right? Because you had to split up with the ones that was really the descendants, right? With the ones that wasn't, right? 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 The ones that was really the descendant of Muhammad and the ones that wasn't, and they chased his real descendants out and they went to Ethiopia. And when they went to Ethiopia, they said, "Can we stay here?" And the Ethiopians said, "Who are y'all?" And they said, "We is the descendants of Muhammad." And they said, "Oh, you are relatives." Because Muhammad's grandfather was an Ethiopian. Facts. So they said, "Yeah, y'all can stay here. We family." That's Muhammad's real grandson running from the people that was trying. Okay, that's why you got the Shiite and the Sunni. One is the real descendant, the black ones, and the other ones is the Arab ones trying to take the birthright from the black ones. Because Muhammad was a black man. And his grandfather was an Ethiopian. That's why they went to Ethiopia, where their family is at. So that just show you they was the same people. Christ was the same. All of them was the same black people, man. Being invaded by Arabs, Philistines, and Romans and Greeks. Remember, the Philistines was messing with Samson, remember? So he went there, boom, nobody knew he was, but he was a shorty. One time his mother was looking for him, he was teaching the elders. Shorty was, they knew he was, they knew he, no, Joseph knew he was the son of God. You know how Joseph knew who Christ was? Because the whole time Mary was pregnant, Joseph kept blaming her, saying she cheated on him. They don't tell these stories. You got to read deep. You got to read some other books. So Joseph kept accusing her of cheating. But when she was pregnant and she went to have a baby, there was this star just there. That's how the wise men found them. They followed that star. And the reason Joseph knew that the baby was a holy baby, because when she got pregnant and she had the baby just came out. No umbilical cord. Christ didn't have a navel. The baby just came out. That's when Joseph said, "Oh," because when the baby just came out, that means the baby ain't even been eating what his mother eat. Because the baby eat through the umbilical cord. And Christ didn't have no navel. So I was eating 9 months in his mother. That's when Joseph knew, oh, this baby really is from God. This baby ain't been eating. Which goes back to when I was telling y'all about the brother that took us to the thing. He said you're supposed to gird your loins, right? That's why he said you're supposed to gird your loins, because they looking for the holy ones, and the holy ones ain't got no navels. And he said that's why they trying to get everybody what? To get naked so they can see who don't have a navel. And guess who don't have a navel? And ain't had a navel before Christ. Guess who's the first one around here that really? Melchizedek. Melchizedek ain't got no mother, no father, no beginning or no end. Walking around here still now. And one way you'll know who he is, he don't have a navel. So all the righteous men would gird their loins so you wouldn't know which one of us got a navel and which one of us don't. To help the one that got a navel so you don't know who. And that's why they trying to get everybody to be naked. Because they looking for beings that ain't got no neighbor. Mainly Melchizedek. Remember, Christ was what? The Prince of Peace. And everybody, all the Christians hold Christ at a high regard as the Prince of Peace. But what was Melchizedek? The King of Peace. Look it up. Look it up. Melchizedek is the King of Peace. Let that sink in. If Christ is the Prince of Peace, Melchizedek is called the King of Peace. Never beginning and no end of life. Never was born and never died. And ain't got no mama, no father. Remember, he was back with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Melchizedek was there. Look it up. Still walking around here somewhere. Now, Melchizedek at angel level. Melchizedek is like when God said, let us make man in our image, male and female. Them people wasn't born. None of them had neighbors. Then nobody had no neighbor until Cain and Abel. No, yeah, Cain and Abel was the first one that had neighbors. Because Adam and Eve was made, they wasn't born. So the first ones that come here to have a neighbor is well, not really, is when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, us. We was the first one to have a neighbor. But we is God and man. And then Adam and Eve, they had Cain and Abel. Those Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel are considered Neanderthal. You see how the European and the scientists are looking for what? What they call them. Right? You got God and Goddess. Right? You got Lord God and Lordess. Right? Then you got Adam and Eve. Then you got us, God and man, goddess and woman. When they say the missing link, who they talking about? They talking about Cain and Abel and Adam and Eve. Those are the missing link because they got drowned. All of them drowned. The gods and the God and Goddess and the lords and lordesses are such a high level, they still here. But Adam and Eve, what happened? After the sons of God slept with Eve and had us, remember us, Noah put us on the ark and everybody else what? Drowned. So Adam and Eve and all their descendants drowned. That's who the scientists call what? The missing link. You notice they be always talking about looking for the Neanderthal. The Neanderthal is Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel in them. Those are the Neanderthals. That's the missing link that they keep talking about they looking for. They drowned. Everybody drowned. It was a all new beginning. The only ones didn't drown was the higher ups, the gods and goddesses, and the Lord gods and lordesses. They the higher up. They can't drown. But the Neanderthals drowned. But the sons of God slept with the daughters of men and had them. That's Noah. Noah saved our species. Why? Because God was our grandfather. So he wasn't going to kill us. God had no relationship with Adam and Eve. They was made like Frankenstein. They didn't have no bloodline back to God. But because of God's sons slept with the daughters of Eve, we got God's bloodline. So he wasn't going to drown our species. Noah had God's bloodline. Noah, it say the sons of God came into the daughter of men, and giants walked the earth. Now, when I was a kid, I used to ask my mother, Mom, how Noah built a big old boat like that and get all them animals on the boat? The sons of God came into the daughter of men, and what? Giants walked the earth. And the very next chapter say, now Noah, bam. I said, ain't this something? The very next chapter over that, it say, now Noah. I said, oh, Noah was a giant. Look it up. Look it up. Look. Look it up. Look up. Look at Genesis chapter 6 and read Genesis chapter 7. It's going to say Noah. Right at the beginning, I said, hell no. I said, hell no. Read, I swear to God, it say Noah. Right at the beginning of chapter 7. It say Noah. I said, hell no. It said no. I said, oh, that's why he was able to build a big ass ark. Dude was a giant. And remember what God told Adam and Eve? I can't mess with y'all. Y'all doing to, I'm going to cut y'all age down. So after Noah, then remember, now everybody started going, now you only live 900 years, then 800 years, then 700 years, then 600 years, all the way down, because he said, I'm going to cut y'all life down to 100-some years. That's us. Because remember, Methuselah lived like 900 years. So over time, our age and our size went down so we would be able to fit on the earth because we was big too. And the Most High leave signs so you know, look at Shaq and them. Show you that gene is there. Y'all think that big ass African that could just dunk without jumping? That was standing next to Shaq. So it show you, yeah, there was really giants here, but I cut y'all age down. Because y'all was acting too crazy. Go read it for yourself. If you just sit back and read it, it's all right there. But you got to pay attention to every word that changes. You're going to notice that it don't say Lord God until the second chapter. The first chapter only say God, 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 God. And then it starts over. Yes. Read it. It'd be like God, God, God. Then when you get to the second chapter, it say, now these are the days when the Lord God. I'm like, well, what's the difference in the days in the Lord God and God? Read it. It started the story all over again when you get to chapter 2. It say, now them days, we talked about that now. These are the days of the Lord God. It's the first time it mentioned the word Lord. Yeah, God made male and female equal Lord God, Lord and Lordesses. No, Lord and Lordesses. And then one of those lords formed Adam from the dust of the ground. Didn't make him like everything else was made. Formed Adam. The first chapter say made. The second chapter say formed. The first chapter say made, male and female. The second chapter said formed, only a man. Only a man too. Then had to go, and the man came and said, well, I ain't got no woman. Then did a surgery, took his ribs and made Eve. They wasn't created, they was made. That was a whole nother species that was Frankenstein and the Bride of Frankenstein. But then what tied us in is the sons of God start sleeping with the females they made. And giants walked the earth. That's where we come from. The sons of God start sleeping with the creatures, with the female creatures. Facts. The sons of God start sleeping with the female that the Lord God made, formed. And giants walked the earth. And that's when the Most High said, I can't mess with you. I got to cut you all day. But then we was born. So he said, okay, I'm wiping everybody out except Noah, because Noah is my grandson. That's my son's son. My son's down there sleeping with them. That's why, right? The Lord gods and goddess was banished from being around us. God banished the lords and lordesses from being around us because the Lord starts sleeping with the next lower level being. The Lord starts sleeping with the daughters of Eve. So the Most High was like, I came with y'all. Real talk. Look, the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair and took them wives of all which they choose. And the Lord say, my spirit shall not, I can't F with y'all. Tell me y'all ain't go sleep with these creatures that one of my sons that made these things and y'all sleeping with them. Now there's more proof of that. Who was Hercules? Hercules was Zeus' son when Zeus slept with a mortal. And Hercules was on Mount Olympus, which is in Africa. Look it up. Hercules was just what I'm telling you. Zeus is a son of God, because the sons of God slept with the daughter of men, and Zeus slept with a mortal and had Hercules, and giants walked the earth, and Hercules was what? A giant. Zeus is one of those sons of God that slept with the daughter of men. Look it up. Hercules' mama was a mortal and his daddy was a god. Look it up. Deep, ain't it? The knowledge of good and evil was not ready for them because they wasn't gods. They was some creature that one of the sons, knucklehead sons, made. One of God's knucklehead sons did that. Just one of them did that. When he made him some stuff. Then when he made some stuff, and then he had to make the lady, then the rest of his sons started sleeping with the ladies. That's what God. One of his sons made Adam, and then had to go back and make Eve, and then Adam and Eve had a bunch of babies, and then when the females started walking around, then then the rest of a lot of his other sons started sleeping with them because they was fine though, they was beautiful. Gotta understand, God's son made Adam and Eve, so they still look like us. This ain't just no bomb made them. This was one of God's sons formed Adam and then did the surgery and made Eve. And then the rest of then God's other sons start sleeping with the women, and Zeus is one of them. Zeus started sleeping with him and had Hercules. Hercules is the same type of creature Noah was. Noah's daddy was the son of God, and his mama was immortal. Hercules' daddy was a son of God, and his mama was immortal. What's up, Susan? But to get this kind of knowledge, you can't have no beliefs. You can't have no beliefs, because if you got beliefs, your beliefs gonna make you read over stuff. You can't have no beliefs. You just gotta read it for what it say. Because if you got a belief, you was not gonna see it. You're gonna insert your belief while you reading it. So that's why I don't want to debate nobody, because they're gonna come with beliefs. They not gonna see what I'm saying. You have to read these books with no belief system. And when you don't have no belief, now you open to see what it say. When you got a belief, you ain't gonna see what it say, because you're gonna be adding your belief to your readings. I got this knowledge. This is how I got this knowledge. I was young. Boom. My parents don't want me to go to public school. They send me to a Lutheran school. I go to Lutheran school, 7th, 8th grade through high school. They teaching me religion and all this, right? I come out. Boom. I start working. I start growing dreadlocks. You know what militants do? That's the white man Bible, right? So I rejected the Bible. Man, that's the white man Bible, right? So once I rejected the Bible as the white man's Bible, and I started going conscious and growing my dreads and all that, when I got in Hawaii in the mountains, I started reading it. But I wasn't reading it religiously no more, because I had threw religion away. So once I threw religion away and I picked it up and just read it like a book, I wasn't reading it like no religious book. I just read it like a book, because Sunrise used to always be reading it like a book. And it was deep, and I was like, dang, I ain't know it said that. Sunrise the one put me up on the Bible, because he don't read it religiously. Sunrise just read what it say. He don't put no religious connotation on it. So by the time I left here and went out in the mountains, I said, let me read this for what it say and stop adding religious ideology to it. And man, when you remove the belief system and you just read it like a book, you're gonna be like, what the hell? You're gonna be like, wait a minute, they start sleeping with them? Oh wow. Nobody in the church told me that, no preacher, nobody, and nobody can answer none of my questions. When I asked them how I know, and nobody knew. It's not until I shut all the beliefs down and read it on my own. And I was like, it's saying all right here. It's all right here. Why is it two creations? Listen. Look. Tell me if I'm lying. Look. Why is there two creations? Right? Genesis 1. And God said, let us make man. Why is it two creations? Why? Why is there two creations? Why is there a creation in Genesis 1:26 and Genesis 2:7? And why do one say God? And why do two say Lord God? Look how they made sure they let it say, this, the Lord God. This is just God. This is not the Lord God. And if God already made them, then why is they being made again? Right? If God in the first chapter made man and, right, let us make man, why would they get made again in the second chapter? And why he only make a man? Why this one, right, made man and woman? Huh? Why? Why the first one make man and woman? Why? Look, the first chapter, 27, 28. So God created man in his own image, in the image created he him, male and female, created he them. Them. And then he blessed them. First chapter. Second chapter. First chapter say God. Second chapter say Lord God only made a man. This one made two. This one say male and female. This one say man. Don't even say male and female. It say man. Why the second chapter only man? And why is that the Lord God? And why is this God? What's the difference between God and the Lord God? This is the stuff I'm seeing in the mountains. I'm up in the mountains like a holy man too. Only when I look back, I say, oh, I'm on the mountain like you be reading John out on the island of Patmos. I'm out on the island of the big island. I'm plant-based. I got my locks, and I'm up in the mountains between the two volcanoes, just like some shit to be in a holy book. But I'm just from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a dude from Chicago. But I'm out, all this stuff, you don't put it together till later. So then I ain't putting all this together like, damn, I was out there on the island, on the big island, the furthest away from the United States. The next place to go, you in Asia. I'm not in California. I'm 5 hours. I'm in the United States, but in the middle of the ocean, and I'm on the mountain with one volcano here and the other one there, and I'm in the hills, and I'm growing herb, and I'm reading this, and I'm plant-based. I'm clean, coconuts, mangoes, guavas, no animal product, straight from Sunrise. I just left listening to Sunrise for 3 years. Like every time he come to Chicago. Sunrise and my teacher, P.T.A. and some rosters. So I'm just leaving all this different knowledge. I done went to a religious school, so I know everything they've been saying. Because I've been in religious school. Well, you got to take religion in the Lutheran school. I went 7th, 8th grade in the Lutheran high school, so I had religion class. So I already know what they teaching. So when I read it for myself, I'm like, oh, they wasn't making no sense. No wonder I had so many questions. Because at the Lutheran school, I had a lot of questions. And guess who can answer? Nobody. I would ask my mother questions as a little boy. She said, I don't know, Michael. Then when I went to religious school, I asked all the religion teacher questions. They say, that's a good question. I don't know. I found out on my own without even trying to find out. I don't know I'm finna find this out. I'm just, Sunrise always reading it, it's intriguing me now. Because all this stuff Sunrise saying out the Bible, ain't nobody never told me this shit was in here. Because they like to jump around, don't they? Turn to 1 Peter 7:8. Now turn to 2 Paul. You can't learn nothing like that. You got to read it all the way through. When you go to church and stuff, they jump around. So you don't know nothing. The Bible is the only book that people jump around and say they read it. Every other book they say they read, they start with page 1 and they read to the end. The Bible's the only book that you jump around and say, I read the Bible. No, you didn't. You did not read the Bible. Christians have not read the Bible. I bet you out of every Christian in the United States, I bet you it ain't 100 that actually read the Bible from the beginning to the end. I bet you. Don't know, but they don't read the Bible. They flick back and forth. Nobody, no Christian I've been around ever read the Bible. It's the only book you jump around. Am I lying, XYZ? It's the only book you could jump around and say you read it. But it's the best book ever. Man, if you want to read a good book, the Bible is the best book you can. It's deep. Okay. TV ain't messing with it. Movies. Hey, cable ain't nothing mess. Man, it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. It's crazy. You just got to read it. It's the best. Ain't nothing close. The Apocrypha is good. The Book of Enoch good. All them good. But none of them don't make no sense if you ain't read the Bible. The Bible is the Egyptian Book of the Dead, all that stuff. The Bhagavad Gita, all of them, they all right. Any other book you can come up with. Novels, Sherlock Holmes, whatever. But the Bible is crazy. Because when you read the Bible, that's when you're going to realize the Bible ain't no book. See, I don't tell you that. The Bible is not a book. The Bible is a collection of books. Genesis ain't got nothing to do with Daniel. Facts. Daniel is his own book. Daniel ain't got nothing to do with Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, nothing. It's just Daniel is his own book. Ezekiel is his own book. Ezekiel's not connected to Daniel. Daniel's not connected to the book of Revelation. The book of Revelation is not connected to Genesis. The only books connected is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers. Deuteronomy. And the thing about that, it ain't connected either, because when you read Genesis, right, Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible, right? Let this sink in. Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible, right? And when you open the Bible, it say, in the beginning, right? Was Moses here in the beginning? No. So when you read Genesis, you're reading Moses telling you stories that he knew. So that's Moses telling you stuff that they told him, because he wasn't here. Moses wasn't here for Adam and Eve. That's why Genesis is deep. Because when you're reading Genesis, you're getting Moses' story that people used to tell that he recorded for us. And guess where Moses was at when he wrote the Bible? He was in Egypt. What do you think about that? He learned in Egypt because that's where he's from. He had descended under Joseph in them. So he's telling you the old story. Then he started telling you his story. When he get to Exodus, he started telling you his life story. You know how many years it is between Genesis 1 and Exodus? Thousands probably. Who knows? Think about it. So that's why Genesis is real deep, because that's Moses telling you an old story. Whether you believe it or not, you have to appreciate that. He saved that story. That's some story that somebody had been, that's the story they was teaching back then. Think about it. Moses wasn't here. Moses wasn't here for Adam and Eve. What's the craziest takeaway? That beginning. What I'm telling y'all. I would say the misinterpret, how many people don't understand how the different beings. Genesis is showing you the different beings. It's showing you it's gods, it's Lord gods, it's the Adam and Eve, the Neanderthal. Then it's the mix when the sons of God slept with the Neanderthal women. That's the deepest shit. Because if you don't know that, then you don't understand Christ, you don't understand Daniel, you don't understand why some of them had magic powers and shit, because they was half God, half man. Yep. Besides God and his wife, because you got to understand, God was one entity, but it was male and female entity. And then God became flesh, became a physical man and a physical woman. So God is what? The yin and the yang. It's a riddle too. Look, it's a riddle in there. Look what it say. It say, in the beginning was the word. And then what? The word became flesh. And the word was God. That's a riddle. That's a deep, hey man, the shit deep. Look, it say in the beginning was the word. And the word became flesh. And the word was God. So if the word was God and the beginning was the word, then the riddle is, in the beginning was God and God became flesh. That's the riddle. Tell me I'm lying. It's in the beginning was the word. Then it said, and the word became flesh. And the word was God. So the word became flesh. And the word was God. So if the word was God, that means in the beginning was God and God became flesh. And then when God became flesh, God say, let us make some more of these, right? Male and female. Shit deep. So God become flesh, it's a male and female. They said, let's make some more. Said, let's make some more. That ain't deep as hell. Said, let us make man in our image, male and female. Once they became an image, they said, hey, this is cool. Let's make some more. In our image, male and female. That's the whole story right there. So when you praying to a spirit God, God ain't been a spirit since the beginning. In the beginning, God was the word, just a spirit. It said in the beginning was the word, and the word became flesh. And the word was God. So if the word was God, in the beginning was God, and God became flesh. Then God say, let us make man in our image, male and female. I like this. Boom. A bunch of goddess and goddesses. Then one of them Lord gods gonna go make him a Frankenstein. You know, that's where it started going left. So then the Lord God go and take some stuff out the ground, which is exactly what Frankenstein did. Dr. Frankenstein went and dug up stuff out the ground, out the coffins and stuff, and made Frankenstein from a bunch of old body parts. And then Frankenstein was sad. And then Dr. Frankenstein went and made him a woman. They took that whole Frankenstein story from the Bible. Frankenstein is Adam, and the bride of Frankenstein is Eve. They just did the German version of it. Shit deep, man. And then if you don't understand that, then the rest of the Bible, you ain't going to understand it. Because then you ain't going to understand what, damn, Mary get pregnant, have a baby. The baby ain't got no biblical cord. God put the baby in her. It kind of sounded like in the beginning when the sons of God saw that the daughter of men, you understand? How God put the baby in her, and then Hercules, it get deep. So it's almost like when Christ come, the Most High say, y'all went down there and touched them daughters of Eve and got them pregnant. I'm not going to touch the woman. I'm going to get her pregnant with immaculate conception, which is deep as hell. He was like, this woman finna have a baby, but not the way y'all did when y'all messed up down there banging out Eve's daughters. I'm going to put the baby in her, but I ain't going to touch her. So then when you start reading Samuel, Samson, every time an angel comes say, you finna have a special baby. Don't drink, don't eat this, don't eat that. Go when you read, once you get that part, you read the rest, your mind gonna be blown. Because when all them women was pregnant, an angel came to him and said, this ain't the regular baby. You can't drink, don't do this, don't do that. For Samson, I think Isaiah, a lot of them, angels came and told them, you finna have a different baby. You can't eat certain things. Hey man, the Bible's heavy, boy. Heavy, 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 heavy. All the way from the beginning through Revelation is heavy. It's like science fiction, history, politics, military, Proverbs. It's like a whole bunch of stuff you shouldn't do. Like Proverbs is like all game. Like the whole thing is game. Like they don't be drunk out here slipping. Proverbs is heavy, man. It's crazy. I'll tell you what blew my mind. This is another thing messed me up. So Christ was fasting 40 days and 40 nights. And then the devil came. I think Lucifer. I don't know which one because it's a bunch of different devils too. So Lucifer came. So then Lucifer quotes the book of Psalms to Christ. Just let that sink in. Lucifer started quoting the Bible to Christ. You guys got to read this stuff. It's heavy. Christ was fasting for 40 days, 40 nights. Lucifer came and said, why don't jump? He said, jump off this cliff. Because it say your angels will catch you. That's out the book of Psalms. I said, this nigga read the Bible. I said, the devil read the Bible. Oh, so just because somebody read the Bible don't mean nothing. Because Lucifer started quoting the book of Psalms to Christ. He said, jump off. I give you the whole world, jump. Hey, it say your angels to catch you. Then Christ said, also say, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. They was, man, my head was messed up because I had read. See, if you didn't read, you wouldn't know what that Lucifer was saying that. But if you read Psalms and he said that, you like, that's out the Bible. I know the devil ain't quoting the Bible. Every for some street shit. I'm like, man, I know damn well that the devil didn't quote the Bible to Christ. You gotta be kidding. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Why would he let him lead him? Because he can't do nothing to him. That's why. He like, whatever. You ain't no match for me. He like, let's go here. He like, let's do it. You ain't no match for me. You understand? Lucifer was an angel. So this ain't like no buster. This an angel. He ain't scared of him. Just go to Job. What happened in Job? It say, uh, it say, it say, uh, it say God was somewhere and Lucifer was too. And God asked Lucifer, where you been? And he said, from in and out of the earth, which sounds like Yaqub, right? You know how Elijah Muhammad teaches that Yaqub was in the earth and out? He asked Lucifer, where you been? And Lucifer told God, or the Lord God, I've been in and out of the earth. And then God said, have you considered Job? And he said, yeah, but you give him everything. Fuck him up, I bet he turn on you. God like, bet. That sound crazy. That don't sound crazy. That God made a bet with talking to Lucifer, say, bet. I'll fuck his whole life up. I bet he won't. I'll let you fuck his whole life. I bet he won't turn on me. That freaked me out. Because that sound crazy. That sound crazy. That don't sound crazy. That's why I say it's good, man. It's good to give you a whole nother perspective on what was really going on. It's really not what they tell you in church. He bet on him, man, which to me is just, I don't know, man. I was up in the hills. I was like, I got a whole different perspective. I said, he bet on them. Oh, and then, the guy that had all the Bibles, the holy man, I don't know if I told you, he told us to read Job after 12 at night, and that was deep. Now, Job is another deep one because when the Most High, I don't know if it was the Most High or the Lord God. I got to go back to try to figure out which one it is. It's hard to know which one it is. But when God started coming down on Job, that shit deep. That's why that holy man told us read Job after 12 o'clock at night. And he started asking Job, can you feed all the lions and gorillas and shit without them fucking you up? Like that. And then at the end, he told him, can you catch Leviathan and pull him out the ocean, which is a dragon? And God asked Job, you think you're a big shot and all that. Can you catch Leviathan? And he give a description of Leviathan. And it's clearly a dragon. Read it. And God started describing Leviathan and say, if he come up out that ocean, people will just die. You'll die just if you see him. Stop talking crazy to me. I'm like, what? He started challenging Job, asked Job, could he mess with the dragon in the ocean? Told him, I bet you can't mess with that dragon in the ocean. Hey. He said, I bet you can't, Mr. Tough Guy. I bet you can't mess with the dragon in the ocean. That's what he told him. It was ugly. That's what the holy man told us to read after 12 at night. That's before I got to Hawaii. So when that dude told me to read Job, that's why my antennas was already up. It was really Job. When I read Job, that's when I said, oh, okay. After sunrise, then I read Job. Look, chapter 41, he said, canst thou draw Leviathan up with a hook? He like, can you catch Leviathan with a fishing hook, punk? Look. Or his tongue with the cord which thou lettest down. He said, can you let it down and put a hook in his tongue and pull him out like you doing these fish? He said, canst thou put a hook into his nose or bore his jaw through with the thorn? Will he make many supplications unto thee? Will he speak soft words to you? That's what he telling Job. Will he make a covenant with you? Will he fuck with you? That's what he's telling him. Hey, man. Hey, hold on. Would you take him for a servant? Can you make a pet out of him like the dog? Right? Will he make a covenant with you? He said, lay, and I'm going to skip down. He said, lay your hand on him, touch him. He said, none is so fierce that dare stir him up. You want to, I bet you won't upset Leviathan, he tell him. So then he said, if you scared, he said, none is so fierce to stir him up. Right? Who then is able to mess with me, boy? That's what he told, that's what God told Job. Boy, you can't, boy, you won't. If you can't mess with Leviathan, what make you think you can get with me, boy? That's what he told dude. He said, none is so fierce that dare stir him up. Who then is able to stand before me? That ain't big talk. He like, boy, you a punk. You want to play with Leviathan. If you can't mess with Leviathan, what make you think you could get with me, boy? I said, what the hell is this? That's what he said. Look, who can open the doors of his face? his mouth. His teeth are terrible, roundabout. His scales are his pride, shut up together as with a closed seal. He describing the dragon in detail. One is so near to another that no air can come between them. They are joined one to another. They stick together, that they cannot be sundered. By his neasing, a light does shine, and his eyes are like the eyelids of the morning. Out of his mouth go burning lamps, and sparks of fire leap out. So I'm reading this, I'm like, oh, dragons is real. This is God telling Job. He said, out of his nostril go smoke as out of a seasoned pot or a cauldron. He say his breath kindle coals, boy. That's what he say. He say, and the flame go out his mouth. This is a fire-breathing dragon. He said, in his neck remaineth strength, and sorrow is turned into joy before him. The flakes of his flesh are joined together. They are firm in themselves. They cannot be moved. His heart is as firm as a stone, yea, as hard as a piece of the nether millstone. When he raises up himself, the mighty is afraid. When he stand up, everybody run. By reason of breaking, they purify themselves. The sword of him that layeth at him cannot hold. The spear, the dart, nor the habergeon, like none of your weapons. He esteemeth iron like straw. He said, man, he treat iron like a straw, bro. And brass like rotten wood. He break brass like it's rotten wood, bro. I was reading this, man. I said, I ain't ever read this. I went to religious school. Y'all been to church? The church ever read this? Any religions on TV? Nobody read this stuff. The arrow cannot make him flee. Sling stones are turned with him into stubble. Darts are counted as stubble. He laughed at the shaking of a spear. You take a spear at him, he laughed. Sharp stones are under him. He spreadeth sharp pointed things upon the mire. He maketh the deep to boil. He make the water boil. The ocean, he can make it boil. Like a pot. He maketh the sea like a pot of ointment, man. He maketh the path to shine after him. One would think the deep to be hoary. In other words, when he go, it be shining. You think the ocean is haunted. He's, bruh. Upon earth there is not his like. It ain't nothing on the earth like him. Who is made without fear. He beholdeth all high things. He is a king over all the children of pride. That is Job chapter 41. Read it. That's what the holy man, when we went up to his room and he had all them Bibles, He told us, go home and read Job. We read Job, and this is like at the end. This is 41. It's only one more chapter, it's 42. So it's like the chapter for the end. So we reading all this stuff, and when we get to 41, I was like, what the hell? That's how he was talking to Job. Like, boy, oh, you so tough. Go down there and play with Leviathan then. Mr. Tough Man. Here, bro, you ain't nothing. If you can't mess with Leviathan, what? In other words, this God fuck Leviathan up. Facts. That's crazy. That's how he was talking to Job. Real nasty. Like, boy, punk, you can't, boy. What make you think you can deal with me? You can't even deal with dude. Dude is the worst thing next to me. Next to me is this thing. Because Job was mad that he was cursed, that all that stuff happened to him in the bet with the devil. So Job was mad because I think his wife died and everything. Job was pissed. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is they don't read that's just, man, it's hundreds of things in here like this that they'll never read at no church because they don't want to have to explain none. I'll tell you another one. When you get to Lot, and the angel went to Sodom and Gomorrah, another deep one. So the two angels go to Sodom and Gomorrah, and they go to Lot's house, right? So when these two male angels, when the angels get to Lot's house in Sodom and Gomorrah, that's why they call it sodomy. These men surrounded the house and told Lot, send them men out, send them out so we can have sex with them. They don't tell you that part. They don't tell you that they wanted to have sex with the angels. They thought they was just men. They wanted to have sex with those men, and they told Lot, send them out so we can have sex with them. Lot said, I'm not sending my daughters out there. They said, no, not your daughter, the two dudes. Oh my soul. That was, hey man, hey, that's another thing blew my mind. That when the two angels got to Lot's house, Lot let them out, and a bunch of crazy men, a whole mob of them came and told Lot, send them out so we can have them. And Lot said, I will not send my daughters. And the crowd of men said, we don't want your daughters. We want them two dudes. That was angels. That's why Sodom and Gomorrah got totally destroyed. Bruh, they wanted the angel dudes, a bunch of men. Yeah, that's another one. That's another one at the top. That's in the top 10. No, this is Lot. This happened at Lot's house. Job didn't go to town. This is Lot. Oh, you talking about Job in here? You talking about Job. I'm getting mixed up. Yeah, Job had a breaking point. I mean, wouldn't you? You had everything, and the God took everything to bet. You know what I'm saying? Like God had respect for Job because he know he sent Job through a lot. You know what I'm saying? But Job was kind of tripping. You got to read the whole book. You can see Job was kind of talking greasy. You know what I'm saying? Because he asked him, could he feed the lions? Could he water all the trees on the earth and stuff like that before he got to the best part? God was dropping bombs on him. Boy, can you keep the oceans full and crazy stuff? You know what I'm saying? He was like chastising Job. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people say Job is in the wrong place. Job's supposed to be moved up. They put it in the wrong place in the Bible. It's older than what they say, but I don't know. But I know Sodom and Gomorrah was tripped out. Two dudes went in the house and a bunch of crazy men surrounded the house and said, send them out. And he's like, I'm not sending my daughters out there. We don't want your daughter. We want the two dudes. They wanted to gang rape the angels. That's why you got to be careful who you be playing with. They thought it's just two dudes. You know what I'm saying? That's a crazy story too. They said send them out. I said, I'm not sending my daughters out there. No, not the ladies. Send them two men out there. We want them. A whole bunch of men. That tripped me out too. That's why I said it's the best. Man, this book is good, man. This book is better, man. You can put all the soap operas together, everything. Boy, it ain't got no. This got the craziest stuff, and I done read all of them. The Quran ain't got nothing crazy. This is the craziest book ever. And this is the best book ever, ever, ever. Ain't no TV show better than this. Ain't no book better than this. And every book is its own. It don't got nothing to do with the other book. So Daniel ain't got nothing to do with Job. Daniel. Isaiah's Isaiah. So that's what I like about it too. It's really not one book, it's a collection of books. And each book is its own story. And the story's deep. The one where the chick, too, I forgot which chick it was. There's one with the chick, and every time she married a man, they died. And so when she got to the last dude, he like, I ain't marrying you. Everybody marry you, die. But he married her, he didn't die. That one was a good one, too. I wouldn't have wanted to marry her either. Every man she married, he died before he got to touch her. If I ain't mistaken. So when she got to marry this holy man, he didn't want to do it. He like, hell no, I ain't marrying you. Was the difference between Satan, Lucifer, and the devil? I think it is. Because it's a bunch of them. It's Beelzebub, it's Satan, it's Lucifer. I had the Satanic Bible. It named all of them. It's Baal. It's a bunch of them. Kind of, sort of. But it was a whole bunch of them, Jazzy. All around the house. It's a bunch of them. Because remember when Christ went and cast the demons out the man when he went to the man, he said, who are you? And he said, we are legions, for we are many. And when he cast the demon out, a bunch of them, and they all went into a bunch of pigs, and they ran into the water and drowned. So it's a bunch of them. Remember, fallen angels. Fallen angels. So from what I understand, Lucifer is the head. Now, I don't think Satan is Lucifer. He probably a high-ranking general or something. And then you got this book. The old Osby. And then the old Osby, it's about this dude. This is second best. Yeah, something like that. So this is like the second best. So this book is with this dude. So one day he was at home, an angel came to him and told him, buy a typewriter and stop eating meat. Told him, buy a typewriter and stop eating meat and just eat fruits and vegetables, go vegetarian. So he went to work the next day, he said, something came to my house and told me to stop eating meat and be a vegetarian. So dude said, well, try it. So he tried it. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. On like, I think the 7th year, the thing came back, told him, buy a typewriter. So he went and bought a typewriter. And when he bought a typewriter, he didn't know how to type. And he set it up and started typing. He typed this whole book. He typed this whole book and he didn't know how to type. And this is the next best book after the Bible. This right here this goes into the detail of all them things in the Bible. The Apocrypha is all right. The Apocrypha is good. But the Osprey is the next best because the Apocrypha is books they left out the Bible. The Maccabee is books they left out the Bible. This is information of the details of the beings in the Bible. This is the next best book. If you get the Apocrypha and the Maccabees, those is good. And some Bibles got the Apocrypha already. So if you get the Catholic Bible, it got the Apocrypha in it already. The Maccabee is, none of them compete to the Osprey. But this is the Maccabee. The Maccabee watch this. See how this say the New Testament? This the New Testament, and this the end of the Old Testament. The Maccabee go right here. So the Maccabee is what happened between the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Maccabee fit right here. So the Maccabee go here. Right after the end of the Old Testament, then you got the Maccabee, then you got the New Testament. So the Maccabee tells you what happened after Malachi. The Maccabee is the part of history between the Old Testament and Mark and Christ. That's the Maccabee. But that's in the Apocrypha. So the Apocrypha got the book of Maccabees in it. Okay? So you don't have to get the Maccabee, just get the Apocrypha. And the Apocrypha got the book of Maccabees in it. and some wisdoms of Solomon and all that. But the Maccabee is in between the Old and New Testament. And the Maccabee, the book of Enoch, goes in here right up in there with Elijah and all that. I just ordered that. The Maccabee gets into when the Europeans on their way to it's right in there when they were crucifying Christ. So Maccabee go right there with crucifying Christ. It's kind of like not at the beginning of the New Testament, but after Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And it shows what the Romans did after that, and the Romans going to war with the Black Egyptians, the Black Hebrew Israelites, the Black Ethiopians. That's what the Maccabee is. All the blacks, as the Romans push them south, all the different blacks getting together to fight against the Romans. That's the Maccabee. So the Maccabee is showing the invasion of Africa, because you got to understand the New Testament is the precursor to the invasion of Africa. They don't want to tell you that, right? Because you got the Romans. What was they doing in Israel? They was on their way to conquer Egypt. So they just dogged the Black Hebrew Israelites on the way. Because the Romans, as they would come, they would put these crosses up, which they wasn't crosses. They made that up. It wasn't crosses. It was two pieces of wood, and they would nail people to these wood down the road to intimidate their enemies. It had nothing to do with religion. It was a way of torture, like hanging, to scare the enemy. They was doing it to each other first. So it wasn't crosses. Christianity said it was crosses. Those wasn't crosses. It was just two pieces of wood they would just nail you to and hang you there. And so that when I walk down there, you hear all these men moaning. It was a way to intimidate your enemy. They used to do it to each other. The Danes started that, not the Romans. The Danes, which is the Vikings, that's their practice, and the Romans adapted it. So nailing those people to that wood like that, that's the Danes was doing that. The Vikings was doing that to the whites before they even got down to the blacks. They was doing that to the British and all. That's a Viking practice. So the Maccabee get into when they came down, because right after Christ when you get to the New Testament, that's when you got the invasion of Africa. So the New Testament is the precursor of the Europeans invading Africa, because Israel's right there. And Israel's connected to Africa. But they built the Suez Canal. That's the only reason they ain't connected. Africa's really not a continent, because a continent is a body of land surrounded by water, and Africa's really not surrounded by water. They put a man-made Suez Canal there. That's the only reason it's surrounded by water. Without the Suez Canal, Africa is connected to Israel. That's why Joseph's brothers could walk to Egypt, because it's right there. Egypt right there, Israel right there. That's why they went there for water. That's why they went there for food. Wasn't no Suez Canal. That shit was connected. So when the Europeans got down there to Israel, then they invaded North Africa. When you're reading about Christ, you're reading the precursor to the invasion of Africa. That's what this is when you get to the New Testament. The New Testament is the precursor to the invasion of Africa by the Romans. Because the Old Testament ain't Romans, it's Philistines and other people. Right? See, Samson was fighting Philistines, not the Romans. You don't get to the Romans till you get to the New Testament. And the Maccabee go right in there about all the blacks. The Egyptians, the Ethiopians, and the black Hebrew Israelites. That's the Maccabee, showing the unity, along with some other books for them. But that's basically the Maccabee, showing you the actual invasion and us all fighting them. That's how Ethiopia ended up Islamic, Judaism, and Christianity, because all the blacks pushed their way down to Ethiopia and held the Romans off. That's why when Haile Selassie was the emperor, they were saying Ethiopia was the only country in Africa that had not been conquered. And that happened in the book of the Maccabees. When all them blacks that got pushed south, got together and fought. So as far as the Romans got was to Egypt. They did not make it down to Ethiopia because they got beat. And that group of blacks that got together, that's in the book of Maccabees, the Maccabees. That's what the Maccabees is about. Blacks, all the different blacks uniting and fighting the Europeans, the Romans. Of course, they don't tell you that because they talk about all this stuff only from a religious context. But you got to understand, these ain't religious books. These are history books. The Bible's not a religious book. The Bible's a history book about groups that became religions. See what I'm saying? Just because it's a book about groups became religions don't mean it's a religious book. So if you make a book now and you talk about the Nation of Islam and the Rastas and stuff, it would be a history book. People in the future, because they're reading about Rastas and Nation of Islam, they'll try to say it's a religious book. No, it's a history book, but it's got information about religions. That's where the misconception come in at. Because if you look at the Bible, how's the Bible a religious book when they didn't become the children of Israel until Jacob? Abraham wasn't no Hebrew Israelite, neither was Isaac. It was Jacob that made the covenant. The angel came to him and they became the children of Israel. Jacob changed his name to Israel, not Abraham and not Isaac. I'll tell you something else interesting I'd like people to look into. Abraham got the Egyptian woman pregnant. She had Ishmael. His wife got jealous. He made the Egyptian woman and Ishmael leave. Then he had Isaac. Isaac had Jacob. Jacob changed his name to Israel and had a bunch of sons. One of the sons, Joseph, they put him in the hole. He ended up in Egypt, which means he ended up in Egypt with his great half uncles, right? People is from. So the Egyptian woman had Ishmael. Ishmael's mama was Egyptian. Ishmael was Isaac's brother, right? Which would make him, Joseph and them, great uncle. Which would make Ishmael's mother, their great great aunt. So I always wonder when Joseph was in Egypt and the rest of them come, did they look for Ishmael's family? I bet you they did. I bet you when Joseph ended up in Egypt and he sent for his daddy and them and they came, I bet you they looked for Ishmael's family. Think about that. Because Ishmael's mother was an Egyptian. And Ishmael and Isaac was brothers, half brothers. They both had the same daddy. Now y'all know how black folks is. You know doggone well when they got down to Egypt, they looked for Ishmael's family, especially Joseph. I bet Joseph set that family up really nice. And ain't no scholars looked into that I know of. Let me see. Did Joseph look for Ishmael relatives in Egypt? No, the Bible doesn't say Joseph looked for Ishmael's relatives in Egypt. Rather, Joseph was sold to a caravan of Ishmaelites by his own brother. Holy commodity, I didn't know that. So Ishmaelites bought Joseph. I didn't know that. Holy commodity. The story shows God using the descendants of Abraham. Ishmaelites were descendants of Abraham through Hagar, while Jacob's family were also Abraham's descendants to bring Joseph to Egypt for a divine purpose, eventually leading to his family's survival. That's crazy. That's crazy. So, that's crazy. That's crazy. So, Joseph's own brother sold him to Ishmael's tribe. That's crazy. But Ishmael's tribe didn't hurt him. They took him to Egypt and sold him. And then the Pharaoh looked out for him. But the thing is, the reason they took him to Egypt because Ishmael's mama was Egyptian. They leaving something out of the story. You can't tell me they didn't link up. Ain't no way. You can't tell me they didn't link up. They just ain't got it wrote down. They just ain't got it wrote down. Because you got to understand, they wouldn't be mad at Ishmael because it wasn't them that did it, and it wasn't their daddy. It was their daddy's woman that was the one mad at Ishmael's mama. That was the women beefing. That ain't had nothing to do with the men. I did not know no Ishmaelites. I had never heard of Ishmaelites. That's crazy. Oh, you got Israelites and you had Ishmaelites. That's crazy. Yeah, I remember that with them going to war, but I didn't know it was no such thing as Ishmaelite. Ishmaelite, Ishmael is the black Arabs, not the not them are the blacks Arabs mixed with the black Hebrews like mixed with the black Egyptians. So them the black ones. It's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Ishmael is the black ones like Muhammad. Because remember, they from Muhammad's people is from Northeast Africa, the black ones. Because that was the divide in Islam, because they didn't want the black ones to take over after Muhammad. They wanted the other ones that ain't black, the Arab looking ones to take over. You feel me? Not the black ones, because there was racism, even because there was a bunch of tribes when Islam started, and they wasn't from the same families. See, that area had a tribe here, a tribe there, a tribe there. They might be a little more Afghani. You know what I'm saying? They might be a little more this and that. They became Arabs when they end up in Arabia, but they wasn't Arabs at first. They wasn't Arabs until a lot of them went to Arabia, because a lot of them was Balalians. Belial was black, and Belial was the one that spread Islam. Belial, it was Balalians. That's the descendancy that Ishmael and Abraham is. The Balalian, that's why I remember Elijah had the Balalian news. Remember the Nation of Islam used to call themselves Balalians back in the 60s and early 70s. Those not the new Arabs, because they wasn't Arabs. They wasn't Arabs. They only Arabs when they moved to Arabia. They only became Arabs, the group that lived in Saudi Arabia. But when they didn't live in Saudi Arabia, they wasn't Arabs. They was different tribal families from different areas. So Ishmael wouldn't have been no Arab unless he went and lived in Arabia. But the ones that was from Turkey and stuff, they wouldn't have been Arab. They would have been Turkish. You know what I'm saying? Because you got a lot of Muslims. They not Arabs. You got Afghanis. You got Iranians. You got Iraqis. They not Arabs. A lot of people think that all them people is Arabs. You know what I'm saying? But all them people not Arabs. They whatever country they from. They be Iranians. Now they might be Muslims, but they're not Arabs. Arabs technically is only people from Saudi Arabia would be the only real Arabs. But them black ones was called Balalians because Belial was the one that was spreading Islam. Belial took Islam to Africa. It was Belial the one that took Islam to Africa, the black dude. They be hiding information, baby Lane. It was the black dude that spread Islam. Belial. Belial was the one that spread Islam in North Africa. That's a fact. Out of all the people that ever lived, why do most people that believe in the Bible accept what was written by the ones who wrote it? The Bible, because there's no such thing as the Bible. That's why. The person that wrote Genesis didn't write. The person who wrote Genesis wrote Moses wrote the first 5 books. The person that wrote Daniel ain't the same person that wrote the first 5 books. The person that wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. There is no way nobody could write Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John that lived back with Noah. Noah was how many thousands of years before Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? So the idea that somebody wrote the Bible is false. The Bible is a bunch of old books that they put together. It's a collection of books. Nobody wrote the Bible. There's no such book as the Bible. It's the book of Revelation. It's the book of Genesis. It's the book of Exodus. The only books that was written by one person is the first 5 books of the Bible was written by Moses. All the other books none of those books was written by the same person. So people think that somebody wrote the Bible. There's no such book as the Bible. The Bible is a collection of books put together. Nobody wrote the Bible. Like the person that wrote Isaiah did not write Daniel. John wrote Revelation out on the island. So they took these different manuscripts and they tried to put them together in order that the people lived. And that became the canon or the Bible. So the Bible's not a book. The Bible is a collection of books. So nobody wrote the Bible. So this is why people confuse XYZ, because they think the Bible is a book, which it's not. The Bible's not a book. And when you read it, you can tell it's not a book because it don't read the same way. It don't read like one person read it. Isaiah do not read nothing like Daniel. Every time you start a book, you start a whole new story. Yeah, it's a collection of text, yeah. And they left some out and they put some in, but it's not one thing. So that's why people are confused from the Bible, because they think it's a book. But when you study, it's called the book of Genesis, the book of Revelation. Each one is called a book. It's the book of Genesis, the book of Exodus, the book of Leviticus. It's not the Bible. It's the book of Daniel, right? The book of Daniel is the book of Daniel. The book of Revelation is the book of Revelation. That's why they call each one of them a book. So when they say somebody wrote the Bible, these are people that don't study. Nobody wrote the Bible. Like nobody wrote the Bible. They put the books all together. But nobody sat there and wrote from Genesis to Revelation. That would have really been impossible. It would be impossible for somebody to write the Bible. Absolutely impossible. There's no way it could be done. No way nobody could write that. How? None of it don't even go together. The book of Numbers is just a whole bunch of numbers. Who gonna sit there and write all them numbers? You could tell that was a real information. It's like a so-and-so lived and he lived 1,500 years and this so-and-so. It's crazy. That's the hardest book. The hardest book to read is the book of Numbers. It's just numbers. Nobody wrote that. That's definitely copy paste. Ain't nobody wrote the book of Numbers. Impossible. If you're trying to read the whole Bible, guess where you're going to quit at? The book of Numbers. Boy, you're going to have to be strong to read that. Because it'll be like, and then Jekahiah was lived, and then he lived 40 years. And then Jekahiah had Ukaluka, and he lived, they did this, and Ukaluka had the Zingo Kabongo. You're like, God, man, I got to read all these people. And it's just numbers. When they say the book of Numbers, boy, it means the book of numbers. There's so many numbers. That's all the book of Numbers is numbers. Who the hell gonna write that? It ain't no story. The book of Numbers ain't no story. It's just who was born, and then he had him, and then he had him, then she had. That's all it is, all the way down. Deuteronomy is crazy. But it's a collection. It's not a book. And then they had to figure which ones to put in and which put out, and different people had different uh, uh, organizations, so different people decide to put different books in and different books out. Because they had to try to figure out what to put in, what to put out. King James didn't want to put nothing in that say you can't abuse women because he wanted to abuse women, so he left stuff out so he could be a weirdo. The Catholic Bible got more books than the King James Version. More books in there. The Catholic prayers is there. They pray to Mary. They pray, Mary, Mary, Mother of Grace. The Catholic Mary is holy to the Catholics, but not to the Lutherans. Mary not holy. But to the Catholics, Mary, the Black Madonna is everything to them. They got the Black Madonna in the Vatican. Somebody told me about it. And they got black angels. Somebody said, you go, and they got black angels everywhere, he said, in the Vatican. Black Mary and Christ and black angels. He been in there, and he said he one of the few people they took down. This would trip me out. Somebody said they took him down to the torture spot. When they had the Christian crusades and they was torturing people, somebody said he one of the few people in the world they let go down in the Vatican where they tortured people. And it was crazy because he said, why they keeping all this equipment in working condition? He said they look like they plan to use that stuff again because he says not no dust on it, and they keeping it in excellent, all them guillotines and things that stretch you and all that torture. He said they keeping it in excellent condition. What I consider the Ethiopian Bible say the same thing the other Bibles say. They all say the same thing, just in a different way. They all say the same thing. Susan, they all say the same thing. They just got more books in it. This one got more books, this one got less. Say the same thing. The King James Bible, not really. So I'll say basically the same thing. The little mistranslations, like a word here or there, but they all tell the same story. The book of Job is going to tell the same story, Job. Isaiah is going to tell the same story. Whether you read the Ethiopian book or that, it's going to tell the same story. The only difference is is that the Ethiopian Bible got a lot of details because it's one of the oldest ones. So it's going to have a lot of details. But as far as you being mixed up from reading one or the other, the only way you're going to get mixed up is with the New Revised Standard Version. If you got the King James Version, the Catholic Version, and back, you ain't going to get mixed up. You're only going to get mixed up when they start making the New Revised Standard Version, the newer ones from the the 70s. The ones from the 70s that they made new revised, those are ones. Because they tried to change the wording to more modern wording. Other than that, when you read them all, it's not a whole bunch of difference. Very little. It just will be books in there that ain't in the other one. More detail to some of the stories. So like if you read the Ethiopian Bible, it'll be okay, it's like say in the King James Version, say I went to my mother's house, then I had my daughter, and this one. Now the Ethiopian might say I went to my mother's house, and then they prepared me a dinner, and it might add more stuff that happened at my mother's house, but the story's still gonna be the same basic story. There's no change in the whole story like that. Minor. But the overall concept, the details really not that important when you look at the overall concept of what it's trying to tell you. The little details really ain't gonna make that much difference in the idea. Because it's basically just following the family. So how much can you mess that up? It's basically following the family to Egypt, leaving Egypt, going to find a promised land, having descendants, David and all them, then dealing with the Romans, basically. The New Testament is just them dealing with the Romans. That's it. That's the whole story. And Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is all the same story. So how could you mess that up? It's like four of us go somewhere and we all wrote what we seen. So Matthew wrote what he seen, Mark wrote what he seen, Luke wrote what he seen, and John. And the reason they in there because they all tell the same story. They tell it a little different, but that's why it's so important because it proves that it's the truth. Because they all four tell the same story. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all say the same thing in a little different way, though. It's like that's why people is boring because you're reading the same thing over. When you read Matthew, then you read Mark, you're reading the same thing. And then we went to Chaldea, then he took us on the ocean, he took us on the sea and tried to teach us how to walk on water. Boom, he went and healed the guy had demons, the same story. It's really not no story that would benefit Lion. I mean, how do you benefit Lion from saying he went and cast out demons? Like, okay, I mean, when you read the stories, there's really nothing to change. It doesn't benefit to change it. It's really basic. It's basically basic story. So I can't see the benefit of changing it. Like changing it won't do nothing. That's what a lot of people don't understand. That the Bible is basic. It's just basic. You know what I'm saying? All the acts of the Bible still. What you mean acts? You mean miracles and stuff? That stuff is still happening. Y'all ain't heard about the dude in Africa that they unalived and he came back? And they took him in the military, took him on a plane, they chopped his body up in a whole bunch of pieces and put him in some containers and threw him out from different planes all over the world. Y'all ain't heard about dude? Simeon? They chopped him up and they put him in containers and took different planes and dumped him all over the world because they felt like they couldn't unalive him. And he showed back up in their office. And then he told them, I'm gonna leave, but it's a whole bunch of me coming. It's a whole bunch just like me coming, and you won't be able to do nothing with them. Look it up. He would make manna fall from the sky. Yes, and they got pictures of the manna. Manna, they would be eating manna from the sky. Like when it said Moses, they was with Moses and that manna came from the sky. Yes, dude made manna come, and there's pictures of it, and there's videos of people that ate it. It's videos of people actually eating it. The reason people don't believe the Bible, everybody that don't believe the Bible never read it. Guarantee you. The Bible's the only book that you can say you read and you didn't. You can read a little bit of Acts and a little bit of Genesis and a little bit of Revelation, say you read the Bible. Any other book, you got to read the whole book to say you read it. 95% of the people that tell you they read the Bible is lying. They ain't read nothing. The people that, right now, if you put me in a debate, I'll dog somebody. Because when they tell me the Bible not real, I guarantee you they ain't read it. They just talking. They going off of what they heard other people saying and little clips here and there and little stories here and there. Guarantee you they ain't read it. Guarantee. Show me anybody say the Bible not real. I guarantee you they have not read it. Because it ain't nothing in there to even, it's not a lot of stuff in there to be make-believe. It's a bunch of basic stuff. Ain't nobody gonna lie and say they left here, they went to Chaldea, then they went to Chaldea, then the people was messing with them and they went there. Who gonna lie about that? Like, the Bible's not all great exotic stories. It's a lot of basic stuff. Who gonna lie about like just basic? So when people say that, they taking the really exotic stories and pretending the whole Bible is that. That's how you know they didn't read it. Because it's not that all the way through. It's basic stuff. Now he's just basic stuff. It's real historical records who fought who. There's real historical records that the Romans was in Israel because the Romans end up invading Egypt. All that's facts. The Philistines and all that. You can cross-reference all that stuff. You can find that stuff in their history books. Yeah, Proverbs is basic. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, all that stuff is basic stuff. It's not, the only thing is a little out is in the beginning. After that, yeah, basic world history match up with the Bible. It's a bunch of basic stuff. It ain't nothing. There's nothing that anybody would benefit from lying. I don't see what lying, I don't see the benefit. But you're going to lie about what? Like, I don't know. Like Moses, take the people up in the wilderness. And when he come back, they down there doing everything they was supposed to do. That don't sound like niggas. Sound like what? They okay. He got him out there. They leave Egypt. They tell him we want to go back to Egypt so we can have meat and fish and stuff. That don't sound real. That sound real, boy. That don't sound real. That they start sweating Moses after they was in the wilderness, so they wanted to go back. That sound fake. Sound like black folks to me. Who gonna make that up? They took them from Egypt and they said we want to go back because we had plenty of fish and stuff. We out there. We don't want to eat this manna out here, man. What sound fake? Yeah, they got a lot of that stuff. A lot of stuff they still got. They got the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia right now. When the Queen of Sheba went to see Solomon, he wanted to sleep with her, and she wouldn't sleep with him. He said, "Well, as long as you don't drink my water, you ain't got to sleep with me." And he put a bunch of hot spices in her food, and she ate them. So then he slept with her. She went back and had Menelik. Menelik, when he got older, he went and stole the Ark of the Covenant and took it back to Ethiopia. And they made a bunch of fake ones, so you can't know the fake one from the real one. But the Ark of the Covenant is in Ethiopia right now. And the story in Egypt and in the Ethiopian book is that when Menelik stole it, because that's Solomon's son, that when the army from Israel went to Egypt and said, "Have you seen somebody pass here with the Ark of the Covenant?" They said, "Yeah, he was on a magic carpet, and he was going so fast that all the palm trees in Egypt linked in the direction that the thing was going." Now, people would say that sounds fake. How you on a magic carpet? Well, you have to understand who Solomon was. Solomon was making all kind of advanced machinery back then. Solomon wasn't just no regular dude. Solomon, they said, was the wisest man on the planet. So it makes sense that his son would have a magic carpet. And if you go over there in them holy lands right now and meet the right person to go, somebody will get on the carpet and it will get in the air and they will go. Because they used to take Sun Ra to see all those type of people. All the people that could do the mystical stuff in the Bible, when Sun Ra would go around the world, they would take him to them people. Facts. It's a whole mystical world, and you have to, when you in it, you see all kind of stuff, but you got to be in it. You can't be no regular person and see these things. Hey, look, I'm gonna show you a real story. We in Hawaii. I'm cooking. We living outside at Oniakaaka. No, not Oniakaaka. We living on the beach on the furthest county in the United States. It's the furthest south in America. On the big island, there's a beach. And what happened? We got there. We got our van, but we didn't have our alternator was out. We didn't know we was driving it, and the van just stopped. We was right across from a park, so the Hawaiians pushed us to the park. We don't know what's wrong with the van. I'm young. I don't know nothing about cars. But we there camped out, right? True story. So we there camped out. So I'm like right here cooking, and my queen and her daughter, they go over here like 1, 2. If you tried it, be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Like 20, if you run it 20 things, you're gonna go between some bushes like this, and then it's a whole beach. And like, if this is you, and you come between trees, and this the bush, this the whole beach. There's nowhere to hide, and this is you. And this the whole beach, and it's water here, and it's just flat. And there's trees back right here where she ran through, but then it curved around, so it ain't nothing but sand all the way down. So I'm cooking. Listen to this story. So I hear my queen say, Ramesses! So me and my boy Kepper, we run, and it's her and her daughters just on the beach. I said, what's wrong? She said, it was this lady. I'm like, what lady? She said, it was this lady. Just think about that. She said, this lady. And she had a little dog. We look, no lady nowhere. Nothing there. We right here. We look down there. There's nowhere to hide. There's no lady. There's no lady with no little dog. I should have paid attention. Why was she tripping over a lady with a little dog anyway? The lady must have been strange. Cool. We don't see no lady. We forget about it. A few weeks ago, we get the van running. We go live somewhere. Then we live somewhere else. So it's got to be almost a year later. Now we live at another brother's place, and both volcanoes is going off. Kilauea is going off, and Mauna Loa. So the newspaper come out one morning, and they show a woman's face coming down the volcano, and they say it's their goddess Pele Pele. I can't find that paper nowhere. It was a woman, eyes, mouth, everything. The lava made a woman hair, everything. It's lava. So we got the newspaper. We reading the paper say, with the two volcanoes going out, people been seeing spaceships. People been seeing stuff flying, lights shooting. And then it say, and they've been seeing Pele Pele. And the paper say, it's a lady with long white hair and white clothes and a little dog. And my queen said, that's the lady that was on the beach. And that was like a year ago. She said, that's that lady that was on the beach. My queen seen the Hawaiian god Pele Pele. I know that for a fact because she screamed and we ran, but it wasn't nothing there. We didn't even know. We had just got there from the other island. Just had got to the other island from Chicago, stayed there for a few months. I wanted to grow weed. We went to the big island. We don't know. We ain't even heard of Pele Pele. So what's the odds that 10 or 12 months later, we read the paper and it's the lady that she's seen on the beach. I know she's seen her on the beach because she hollered for us to go and nobody was there. This what I'm trying to tell y'all is stuff out here. Hawaii changed my whole concept. After that, not only that, then that night, because at night, you got to water your plants when the heat go down. You can't water. You got to water them early in the morning for the heat or they'll wilt. So at night, it's going to get dark. I don't go out and water my plants, right? So I'm out watering my plants. Both volcanoes is going off. It get dark. I seen the whole roof come off the sky. Facts. Like, you know how it be at night, it be dark? And you look up in the sky, and the circle, it did this. Boom, 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 boom. And I seen the light on the other side of the dark. You know how you look in the sky at night? That whole top came off the sky. It opened like we was in an egg or something, like on a ball. And it did this. It opened and fell. It did this. all the way around, because got peripheral vision. I seen it, and the light on the other side of of space is this bright ass light. We don't got no light on the earth that light was. I seen it. I seen that we inside of a ball, and I seen it open and fall back. It did this. Boom. You could see it. You could see the light on the other side. I seen it. It ain't no light on this earth like that light. It was, I can't explain it. It ain't no light on the planet like that. I don't know what that is over there. Shit, it might be heaven. I don't know. I don't know what the hell it was, because it just, like say you blow something up and it go boom, 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 boom. So it don't give you enough time to, you don't get to like stare at it. It just opened. But I could tell it was some kind of, because why would it bounce when it closed? No, not Earth in the container. Space is in the container. This was way out of space. This was far from me. This was like the whole galaxy. That was not close. It was not. It's not like it was it wasn't like it was around the earth. It was the space out there. This whole space, this whole galaxy is inside of a ball. All these planets and moon and all that is inside of a big ass ball. I've seen it. And do you know how much that opened for me? So that thing was probably light years away. I seen now. I said, what the? It opened up. Was there a sound? I can't remember. I can't remember if it was a sound. I can't remember. All I know, it might have been. But it's dark out here because the sun go down. I'm finished watering my plants and put down rat traps. I used to put down rat traps. Because at night, with me watering with the fishy motion and stuff, the rats would come and want to dig up the weed looking for food. So I had to put rat traps down at night. And the crazy thing is when I put rat traps down at night around my plants, and I would get up in the morning, it wouldn't be none but heads in the plant, because you got mongoose out there. And the mongoose get up in the morning, be up all day, and the rats get up at night. So when the rats would go in the rat trap and the trap catch them, the mongoose would get up in the morning and eat the body and leave the head in the mice traps. You can't make this up. So every morning I had to go and open it and dump the mice head, the rat heads out. Just the rat head in there. The mongoose ate the whole body, big rats like this. Gone, body gone. And it's just rat, not the whole head, just the part where the mouth to here, just the mouth from the forehead to the mouth is in the trap, like right above the neck. Right? Right where the neck ends, rat heads in all my traps every morning. Because they had rats out there. So the Portuguese bought mongoose to kill the rats, but it didn't work because the rats only come out at night and the mongoose only come out in the day, so they never cross paths. But because I was killing them, they were still there when the mongoose got up. And the mongoose was eating 10, 20, 30 rats. Every morning I get up, it's a bunch of rat heads. It wouldn't be 20 or 30 rats. Some of the rats, they got the whole rat. But there'll be like 7 or 8 heads in them traps, just the head. You talk about creep. You talk about a creepy movie. right? Yep, the whole universe opened up and fell, and it bounced. It said boom. I think it might have made some noise. Yeah, I got sick staring at Kilauea. I got sick because I lived here in Glenwood, and then this is Glenwood, and then you go up, and on this side is Volcano. It's the next subdivision. So I was the subdivision before the subdivision called Volcano, and a brother I used to call Jungle. He lived up here on this side, and we could go up to his place and look, and then the volcanoes over here, and the lava's running down into the ocean. So tourists would come and park and watch the volcano. So when it went off, because the volcano started going off when I got there. That's a whole nother story. Kilauea went off when I got to Oahu. And then I end up on the Big Island. And the Hawaiians say, when you get here, bro? I said, I got here there. They say, the volcano been going off ever since you got here. So it went off all the time. So I went up there to look at it, right? So when I go up there, Jungle tell me, he say, Ramesses, don't stare at it. So I'm up there, it's going off, and like, it's shooting up this orange lava. It's shooting up, but it's like this. Woo, 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 woo. That's like the vibe. And it's shooting up this stuff, and then it's running that way. So we safe because we up here and the volcano's here, and it's a cliff. So it's running down to the ocean because volcanoes typically, a lot of times, will be by the ocean because they making new land until it makes so much land, then it'd be in the middle. Like Mauna Loa was the real big one. It went off. Both of them went off while I was on the Big Eye, and that was crazy too. But we looking at Kilauea. So I'm looking at it, but it's like a witch, or it's like I don't want to say a witch because it wasn't evil, but it's like hypnosis. And so you can't stop looking at it. So I'm just looking at it. And it's like, I can't explain it. I can't explain it. It's like, I can't explain it. But it's shooting up, but it's real orange, and it has this vibe to it. Right? Now, it didn't scare me because we went to look at it. It's over there, right? So it's going, and I'm like this. And then I'm like, and then so we went home. I was all right. But when I got up the next morning, my body was going, I swear to God. When I got up the next day, my body was going, woo, woo, woo. I was nauseated. I was nauseous. And my body was going, woo, woo. When Jungle came down, I told him, man, he said, I told you don't stare at it. Then that night, it exploded out. And when it explodes, it's got some stuff called Pele's hair. That's the lady. And Pele's hair is these little bitty fine things like hair, but they glass. They glass. If it get in your nose or get in your mouth, you might be messed up. So it shoots off millions of little hair that's glass. So when we woke up the next morning, or the morning after that, not that next morning, but that next morning, that glass was everything. It was all over my plants. It was everywhere. I had to tie up the babies because we had a young girl. We had to tie everybody's face. We had to put glasses on and tie everybody's face with bandanas and then tie down. So it's glass. It was everywhere. I was up in the mountains. It's glass. Hold on. Here you go. It's glass. And it be everywhere. That's what it looked like. And it be everywhere. It's like glass hair. They blew the picture up, but it's little. It's only about, it's don't like this. It looked long because they had to blow it up for you to see it. It be everywhere. They be on the news. Please don't let it get in your lungs. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't, don't let it get in your food. Please don't swallow it and all that. And it was all over my weed, man. I had to go tie up everything and cover my eyes, and I had to go shake that shit out my weed. The only thing saved me is it rained and it kind of washed it down into the dirt. It wasn't dry. If we would have had 2 dry days, I don't know. But I lived in a rainforest, and it's like when you live in I lived in a rainforest. And the reason it was a rainforest is because the clouds be having water in them. And I lived at an exact altitude where every time it get to where I'm at, it's got to dump some water to make it over the mountain. Right? So every time it get to where I live at, it dump water. So it rained daily. Not a lot, sometimes a lot, sometimes it might rain for 2 days. But it rained, out of 5 days, it's definitely gonna rain 4 out of 7 days, it's definitely gonna rain 3 to 5 days. Or no, let's say 2 to 5 days, because sometimes it might only rain twice. So it washed everything out. And somebody said, have I ever been scared as hell? Hell yeah, I've been scared as hell. Terrified. Yeah. Over on in Hawaii. Look, this white lady wrote this book about dragons, right? So I read this book about dragons, and I knew everything about dragons. So, like I said, we live up the mountain, so we decided to go down to Black Sand Beach and hang out with the other Rasta families, the brothers and sisters. This was creepy. So we down there. I'm sitting like this looking on the porch, and we like at Black Sand Beach. So we up high and the beach is there, and you can just see the sky. So I'm looking at the sky, and I had read that, dragons like to be like jewelry, and they really like pearls and things that look like jelly beans. Because I used to be like, Reagan is a dragon because he always ate jelly beans, and his name was 666, Ronald Wilson Reagan. That's another thing. But they said they like stuff shaped like pearls and jelly beans. And a lot of times that a dragon will fly by the moon with his mouth open because they like pearls. I swear to God, y'all. So I'm sitting here like this. It's daytime. But you know how the moon will be up sometime in the day before it get dark? So the moon is up. And a cloud come shaped exactly like a dragon. Right? A cloud. With the mouth open. So I tell all the Rastas, look, it's a dragon. And it's going for the moon because the moon, it like pearls. So this mouth, I swear you can't make this up. Here's the moon, Here's the moon, and here's the cloud, the mouth, and a big old dragon. The cloud was shaped exactly like a dragon, and the mouth did this. Perfect. Not up here, not down there. Perfect. I'm telling everybody, look, look. They say, we see it, we see it, we see it, right? Boom, it's getting late. It's going to get dark. I tell the family, get in the station wagon, let's go. We on Black Sand Beach. Anybody in Hawaii will tell you. So you're going to leave Black Sand Beach. You're going to get to Pahoa, where the hippies and the health food store is. Then you're going to make that turn, and then you're going to go up to Mountain View, up the mountain, back home to Glenwood, where I live. The sun going down. It's slowly getting dark. We drive it. And when you leave in Pahoa, before you get to the little hippie town, Pahoa, on this side of the street is lava, and it's like steam vents, like lava smoke coming out, like be coming out, right? I swear to God, y'all. So we driving. All of this place to drive. When we get to that weird-ass looking lava right there, where the steam is coming up, the heat from the lava, the station wagon turn off. The station wagon stopped right there. I got my stepdaughter, my queen, and my boy. We in the car, 4 of us. I try to start, it won't start. You could see a little light, but it's finna be jet black in about 15 minutes. 15, 20 minutes is gonna be jet black. Ain't no lights. We on the side highway. I'm looking over at the lava, and the thing about lava is lava, a reptile, is camouflaged in that type of rock. So a dragon could be right here in that lava looking at me. I would never see it. And I swear to God, it was a dragon over there. I could feel it. I started thinking, I've been talking about this damn dragon too much. You know what I'm saying? Because it already gave me a warning. See, what's the odds that I just seen the dragon in the sky act like it eat the pearl of the moon? I'm telling everybody, dragons this, dragons that, dragon, dragon, dragon. And out of all the places for the car to stop, Hawaii looked like a place where dragons live. Hawaii is one of the places known for dragons, especially Lanai, because that was in the book. And you got to understand, Hawaii got lava tubes run under the ocean, so they could be down in them lava tubes. They could go from island to island. They could live. It's a giant reptile paradise, Hawaii. And I'm looking and I'm saying, it's one over there. And my vibe is telling me, I'm feeling the vibe, stop talking about me. Swear to God. That's the scariest I've probably ever been. And I could feel the vibe. And some tell me, you've been talking about, you've been chanting dragon, dragon, dragon. And I try to start the car, won't start. And I'm telling my family, if we don't get this, if we don't get out of here and it get dark, when the sunlight comes, only this car gonna be here. And ain't nobody gonna know where we was at. Because that thing could just take its tongue and just grab us. It don't even gotta. It could just, because, man, look. And I was like, I know it's over there. I know it's over there. And it's getting dark and dark. And I got in the car and I started in the car. I said, boom. Man, I said, get in. Oh, boy, listen. I know, I still believe now it was like a warning. I never talked about dragons no more because I think I was chanting it too much. Man, it's all kind of stuff here because that thing stopped my car. And on the other island of Oahu, they got where like when you drive down the main road, they got a tourist road where you could go, and it's the lava. And when you go over there, it looked like you on some other planet. You can't see nothing that look like Earth. All you see is steam, orange stuff, and the lava rock is weird because they got the brittle lava rock, then they got the smooth one. And this was before we got to the Big Island. And I said, let's go this route. And I never drove back over there either. Because if you know anything about animals, you know animals in their habitat. And for sure, that was a dragon reptile habitat. And there probably ain't only dragons there. There's probably some other big ass lizards there, giant lizards. That's on Oahu. It's a. I wish it was somebody in Hawaii. They lived over there. They could tell you what it is. It's like an off road. It's a tourist, and when you get over there, it looks like you in outer space, and it's real creepy. And so being out there increased my knowledge more so than somebody in the city. It's all kind of shit out here. You just live in the city. Man, it is all type of stuff out here. Do you hear me? It ain't what you think. Especially when you go out to places like that. It's super creepy on Hawaii. Super. And it's a whole bunch of sorcerers live over there. Like every sorcerer in the world want to come to Hawaii. All the weird hippies. Not the regular hippies, though. Strange ones. It's a bunch of strange. Not only is there a bunch of strange people out there, every form of like CIA from all over the world is there. Every highest level intelligence agency is there too. Not to mention the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine. It's a military base and it's creepy. They got an island called a Forbidden Island. And they tell you do not go there. And on that island, they say they're doing all kind of experimentation. But they got some men over there that they call mokes. And mokes is these real big monster, big old dudes, like not like football player big, a different big. They call them mokes. They say if you go over there and you sneak over there and they get you, you ain't never gonna be seen again. The military be trying to protect to stop people from coming over there. And they say they over there doing all type of animal splicing with people and all type of stuff. But it's called a Forbidden Island. If you look it up, they trying to clean it up, say, no, it ain't this and that. But go to Hawaii and talk to the people and see what they tell you. They're going to tell you don't go over there. The military going to blow you up out the water if you try to go anyway. But people have snuck over there and never been seen again. So it was a dude named Tom Mountain. He was a white dude. I shouldn't have said his name. And I thought he was like some kind of agent or something. He really didn't like me because I was like really militant. And one day I seen him with these two big, they wasn't like no other Hawaiians. They wasn't like no Samoans. They wasn't like no, they was them Mokes. They was huge. It was two of them. They did not look normal. I said, this dude is CIA. It was two of them with him. They don't look normal. Now there's some big Hawaiians out there, but these not big. This is another description. What's bigger than big? Because you know Samoans and Hawaiians out there, they big anyway. But these Mokes is monstrous type big. Like Herman the Monster type. Not nothing human. I can tell you that. I've seen two of them. Huge, like, and built funny, big, like human monsters. They not ugly. They just look like like human stone. Extremely big. I can't explain it. You can tell they don't smile. The best way to describe it. Yeah, basically like giants, but extremely big, and I don't know what to call them. Because, you know, to call somebody big in Hawaii, you know how big they got to be? Because all the Samoans in them is big. The Samoans is big. You know what I'm saying? You're going to see a lot of Samoans 6'5", 6'8", solid. But these Mokes, they don't look like nobody else. They don't look like none of the big Hawaiians. They don't look like none of the big Samoans. They look like something else. Huge. And I only seen two the whole time. Like I think, yeah, they look, I don't know what they're called. They look like a human. They are human, but they look the best shape, the best definition, they look like stone, like human stone. That's the best way I could describe it. Like stone, like flesh, but stone. They look like stone men, like they made out of stone. They don't look like nothing else on none of the islands. They ain't none of that on Maui, ain't none on the Oahu, and ain't none on the Big Island. You can tell they don't live there too. You can tell they don't live on the Big Island, because on the Big Island, if you live there, I've been and seen you already. They came from that island out there. So my mysticism ain't no doubts. And then you got the mini hoonies. The mini hoonies about this big. And they live out there. And see, with the lava tubes, they could go on the lava tubes and go under the ocean and go to the other island, walk to the other island. And the mini hoonies are practical jokers. And I had experience with them too. Facts, the mini hoonies, I had experience with them when I lived up across from down there where they seen the lady Pele, because they had a big earthquake. They had to move us, and that's when I seen the water standing straight up too. I seen a wall of water, and it was just standing up. It wouldn't fall. I'll tell that afterwards. But they moved us across the street up in the sugarcane, and they always told me about the mini hoonies. And the mini hoonies, you see this glass? You sit this glass right here. And if I look at you and I be talking, look back, it's going to be gone. I swear to God. The glass going to be gone. Gone. You sit it right here. And when you looking around talking and stuff, or you look back, it's gone. 10, 15 minutes later, you look, it's back. It's right there. I swear to God. And they say they'll take it and they be in the bushes and shit laughing. They're like practical jokers. And they laugh. They like to misplace they like to take your stuff and move it and then put it back. All the Hawaiians say that's what they do. Now tell me you can make that up. Who in the hell gonna make up somebody do that kind of stuff? That's all they do. All they do is move your stuff and bring it back. Now, who would make up something like that? They don't even. They don't. That's what they do. You put your comb down. You look back. It's gone. 7 minutes later, it's back. Right where you put it. And you was just looking for it right there where you put it. And they got me. They got me. And I could tell, so they up here looking at me laughing. They up here. They was up there in that sugar cane. They lived up there. I could tell. They don't bother you or nothing. They just play too much. They misplace your stuff. So once I went to Hawaii, I learned a lot of, it's creatures out there. It's creatures. When you're in the city hides you from real life. But go out in like ancient nature. Like if you're on Oahu, where Waikiki at, you ain't gonna see none of this stuff. But if you go to the Big Island, that's kind of real, like ancient. I'll tell you something else too. That was a little frightening. This when we was on Oahu, we was at Black Sand Beach. So on the beach and it's nighttime. And you sit up at the beach like this and you looking out at the water. But this one time I had a blanket and I laid back. And if you get by an ocean like that and you lay back and look at the stars, you can feel the earth moving to the point you get like seasick, like a roller coaster. You got to sit back up. I think it's the ocean. If you ever go to Hawaii at night, lay back, get by the water on the sand, and lay back and look in the sky. You're going to feel the earth. You're going to feel the rotation, and revolving and rotating. You can feel it moving. I guess I talked to a friend about it. They said that's because you right there at the ocean and you can feel all the gravitational pull because of the ocean. I said, hell yeah, because I laid back. When I wasn't on the ocean, I didn't feel nothing. But on that ocean, at night, I'll tell you something else too. You look in the sky, you didn't know it was that much stuff in the sky. In Chicago, look in the sky, you don't see nothing. Artificial lights and shit. Man, go to Hawaii and look in the sky. You're gonna see all type of shit flying. Man, you're gonna see so much stuff flying, but you can't. It's far away, so you can't say what it is. It ain't like it's flying close. It's way up there in the stars, and it's flying, and it ain't shooting stars. And I've seen it in Mexico, but Mexico wasn't clear like out there in Hawaii. Hawaii, you're in the middle of the ocean. And it like certain places there ain't no artificial light at night. And you lay on your back, you can feel, so as a young person in my 20s, that changed my whole perspective on life. Like I was like, okay, people live in the city, they got no clue. And like you got places where can't nobody go. Places like that, you got places where no human being be ever. Cause it's like they got places where like it's a cliff, right? And it's straight down. And then down there's a bunch of trees and the beach and stuff. But on the beach, it's a bunch of big rocks in the water. So you can't bring no boat in. You can't walk down there because it's only a cliff. There's no like it doesn't go down like this. It's just chopped off and straight down. There's nobody ever be down there. Ever. Nobody goes there. There's no footprints on it. No, because you can't. There's no way to get there. It's a cliff that's cut off, and the boat, if it was the boats could come in, people would be there. And there ain't no other beach nowhere, so they can't swim from there. And that's where stuff be living. Because that kind of stuff, just like it's you at your house, and if you got roaches, the roach don't just lay in the middle of the floor. It go in the cabinet and down the thing and back up in the cabinets where there's no human movement. And it come out and creep out. That's how them big creatures is too. They live where it ain't nobody at. Ain't nobody down there. Anything could be living down there. They got a thing called a pig man. It's a big old man that's half pig and he eat people. But they say you ain't got to worry about him because he going to be where ain't no people at. But if you do make a mistake and go where people at you out of, in Hawaii, when I was there, the missing persons list was through the roof. Now, it wasn't from these creatures because you got Vietnam vets out there, you got growers out there, got people got shotguns buried in the ground, tripwire blow your face off, got people out there got bear traps out there because they got all kind of people growing marijuana out there. They had one spot where there ain't no way for humans to go, and it's a big old spot, and there was a big-ass field of weed inside of a big electric fence, like 3 acres, a 3-acre electric fence with all weed, and in the middle, a refrigerator and some chairs and some cooking devices where they said whoever it is dropped that stuff down with a helicopter. Because what you do is, if there's no footprints, nobody gonna find your weed. So if you come in over the top, then all the bushes out there ain't got no entrance way. Nobody gonna see no entrance path to go through them trees and bushes to come. Because even when you do go like that, that's the trick. If I got some plants here and I go in this way and I water my plants, I got to come back a different way because I got to let that grow over. If somebody see a path, they know somebody growing there. So you got to walk different ways because you can't make no path. But you got to be careful because if you get too close to one of these, because this Vietnam vets are kind of crazies, you'll be missing. You'll come up missing because they got bear traps, they got shotguns in the ground. Like you got, it's real guerrilla warfare, military, then the CIA out there, the whatever the Secret Service is, and yeah, the half pig man. Yeah, they got the half pig man out there. Yeah, he out there. Ain't no doubt. Then you got all kind of stuff in the ocean. Because I used to go down and hang out with the fishermen. And the fishermen will tell you. They was telling me about that when you go out there, they got these sea witches. I forgot what they call them, but they are witches, sea witches. And he say when you go out there, they'll come up to your boat and they look real beautiful and they'll hypnotize you and you'll jump in the water and you'll never be seen again. I don't know if they eat you or what they do to you. Then they say they also got some creatures out there that make mirages. So you'll see an island with a beautiful lady on it, but it ain't there. And men be jumping overboard and never be seen again. No, because where I lived at was a neighborhood. So I lived on the 8th road. So it wasn't like just it was a I was living there. I was paying monthly with the option to buy. So I had rented a quarter acre with the option to buy. So I had neighbors. So I was down in the middle of the block. It was the 8th road up. It wasn't paved yet because they would only pave one road at the time. So only the first 2 roads was paved. I was on the 8th road, so it wasn't paved. But the main road going up was. I only had one neighbor all the way at the end, and nobody was where I was at. Nobody was behind me there. Nobody was in front of me there. It was one dude, but he was way over that I got my dogs from. And then there was one dude on all the way down to the end of the road. And then there was a farm there. He had some cows. Now, one time, I'm looking at my plants. I go, they're not even ready yet. And some thieves that came and then looked like they just snatched my plants up, like about 8 plants. So I'm like, what the hell? They ain't even ready yet. I said, and they can't regrow them. So I'm like, we used to call them rippers. So I thought the rippers got me. So about 3 weeks later, I got a patch right here. I'm asleep right here under my tarp. I got a patch like right there, like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 feet right there, 70 feet. I could see them. I'm asleep and I hear crunch, 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 crunch. I look up. It's like 5 or 6 cows from dude way down there. His cows down there eating up my plants. I'm like, oh, y'all the ones pulled up my other plants. So I get up, I say, hey. And they just kept chewing and looking at me. They was high as hell. And they just I said, go. But cows is big, so I didn't want to run up on them. They might stampede my ass. So I'm like, go, woo, go. And then finally, they just walked off real slow. Had stomped them down and ate some of them. Had flattened the whole thing. I said, oh, they got them a little snacky snack. Now imagine waking up and seeing a whole about 5, I don't know how many it was, because I don't even think I've seen all of them, but I know I've seen at least 4 or 5 just eating up your plants. I could hear them chewing and stomping. They was having a good old time. Messed that whole patch up. I said, boy, get y'all. Yeah, sea witches and water dragons. They out there though. It's all kind of stuff out there. Yeah, it's all type of stuff out there. So then the Bible and all that stuff don't sound like no make believe when you get out of the city. And what was crazy is before I left Chicago, I was hanging with a bunch of Trinidadians. And when I was in LA, I was hanging out with some brother from the Virgin Islands, and they was always telling me them kind of different stuff on them islands. And then when I got to Hawaii, I seen what they was talking about. Because they would always tell me stuff. Like my brother from the Virgin Islands, he said they got up one morning, and it was a lady way up in a coconut tree that nobody climbed, way up. And she was out there, and she was just up in the tree. And she was all bones and hair in her clothes. And she wasn't there the day before. And they said she was a witch, and she let the sun catch her up. And she tried to land on the tree, and the sun catch her up, and she just dried up. It was a lady. Ain't no way she climbed up there. They said she was flying. Because it was a tree that even Rastas that climbed wasn't going up that high. And it was a dry lady, whole body dry, skeleton, with clothes on, up in the top of the coconut tree. And then he told me one time he seen a girl doing something sexual to a dog and a girl doing some creepy stuff. So they said they grabbed some big boulders and they started chasing the dog, and they hit the dog in the head with the boulder. Boom! The dog said, and the dog turned the corner. And they said when they got there and turned the corner, one of their friends was coming back and his head was bleeding. His head was busted open right where they hit the dog in the head. And wasn't no dog. I know a black brother, he was an OG when we was young, and he went to Africa. I forgot where he said he was at. He went to Africa, and he said, Pharaoh, I was walking from this village to that village. And he said, I ran into a man. Let's say his name is Kano. So he said, I ran to a man. He said, hey, where you going? You going to the village? He said, yeah. He said, oh, my name Kano. I'm from that village. He said the man was walking with him and talking to him for about, a half a mile. And then the man said, okay, well, I got to go back where I was going. He said, when you get to the village, tell him Kano said hi. I said, okay. So he said, Walkie got to the village. All the African brothers and sisters came out. He said, yeah. He said, I just seen Kano. Kano told me to tell you hi. He said, everybody just stopped and just looked at him. And they said, Kano. He said, yeah, Kano, like this, describing him and stuff. And he said, Kano been there like 7, 8 years. Yep. And then he said he was in another spot. He was walking. Him and about 4 or 5 people. And he seen a gold coin on the ground. He said he went to pick it up, and the dude with him said, don't touch that. And he said another man was there, touched it, and turned into a goat. And this was an elder. This wasn't no kid. This was one of these dudes like be professors at museums and shit. This wasn't no dude tell stories like that. He said, Pharaoh, I almost touched it. He said, the African I was with said, don't touch that. And then the other dude touched it. He said, turned into a goat. He said, he touched it, picked it up, he turned the goat, and the coin fell back on the ground. And he said, like the brother told him, the coin is going to be there, but people going to keep touching it and that's going to keep happening. I'm hearing these stories before I get to Hawaii. So, it's like, I don't disbelieve it. It just sounds weird. Now, when I got to Hawaii, I was like, okay. And when I went to Mexico, I'm like, okay. Okay, this is what they was trying to tell me. That we in the city, we protected. But when you go out in nature, especially in them exotic places, it's all type of stuff out there. Oh, in Hawaii, hey, I seen a vampire. I seen a vampire in Pahoa. I swear to God. Me and my boy, we go into the health food store. There's a health food store in a place called Pahoa. We hear street run like this. We on the street run like this, then the street run like that. And then you go over there and you walk down the street that way, and that's where the health food store at. So when we get right here, I see a woman, and it's like this the sidewalk is like this, but it got those shade things. So you can walk on the sidewalk. So we got to go over there to that sidewalk, catty corner, and then right. I see a lady. She got an umbrella trying to block the sun under that thing, and she staggering like she drunk or something. I'm looking at her, and I could tell she trying to block the sun. So I tell my boy, I said, hey man, I think that lady is a vampire. Now she across the street, catty corner. She could not hear me. He said, I think so too. Look at her. She was walking like she was drunk, like the sun was making her drunk. She'd go on staggering with the umbrella trying to block the sun. We go do what we got to do. Okay, I ain't thinking about it. The next day, we got a reggae show somewhere else, not nowhere around there. So we get there early, and we go on, let's say we go on at 2, and I'm here, it's like 1. I got an hour. So the stage is there, so a lot of times when you're in a band and stuff like that, you like to walk around, meet the fans. So I go in the crowd, hit the stage where I'm standing right here. I look like that. She right here. Man, you can't make this shit up. I do that. She right here. And she look at me. She looking at me. And then she just left. And I never seen her again, ever. And I'm thinking, she know that I know. Because what the hell was all that for? So that lady seen her, and knew I knew what she was. Never seen her again. On an island like that, you're going to see people again. Never seen her again. When I turned, she was right here. Oh! My boy came like, I said, man, the vampire lady was right here. When I turned my head, she was pale. She was pale, pale, like no blood in her. She was pale. She wasn't like a white person. She was a pale with like black, like real black eyebrows and like I don't know if it was makeup. I don't think it was makeup. She was real pale with real dark black eyebrows, eyelashes, and her lips was red, but it wasn't lipstick. It wasn't blood, but she was a weird looking lady, super pale in Hawaii with all this sun. And I kept thinking why she was blocking and what the hell she's standing there looking at me for. So I told my boy, I think she know I know what she is, but I'm across the street. She way over there. I said, look, man, I think that girl's a vampire. There's no way she heard me. All these people, why she, scared the hell out of me. Never seen her again that day nowhere. I need somebody with a camera, some Hollywood stuff so I could shoot some of this stuff. Because if I shoot that, people wouldn't believe it. I don't think she was going to bite me because it was a bunch of people and it was daylight. She wasn't trying to bite me. She wasn't trying to bite me because there's a whole bunch of people standing there waiting for the show. She was letting me know, I know, you know. That's the vibe I got. She let me know, I know, you know. It was like, I seen you when you seen me kind of vibe. And it was super creepy because she way across the street, caddy corner. Ain't no way she heard me talk to my man right next to me or none of that. But her senses knew I knew. That was the vibe. Like, I know you know. And then when I look back and she disappeared. She wasn't at the show. She wasn't in the crowd or nothing because I was looking. Was gone. How many people you know come to a concert before it starts and be gone? Think about that. How many young ladies and dudes gonna come? It's going to be a concert. Let's say it started 4 in the evening, and they there at 3:40. How many people gonna come there and don't be there and be gone? And ain't nobody performed or nothing. And how many people gonna be just there by themselves? Because she wasn't with nobody. And how many people gonna look at you like that and then you don't never see them no more? I ain't never see her ever no more. That lady scared the hell out of me. And she looked like she didn't have no blood. And I've been around a lot of white people. I've been around white people. I've been in no sun or nothing. I ain't never been around a white person that color white. It wasn't the regular, it was bloodless white. Super creepy lady. She didn't look like no human I ever seen before. I ain't exaggerating. That lady scared. That lady was creepy. I believe that lady was really, really a vampire. Because how the hell you know I see you? All these people out here, why you standing? Why you right there? Hey, I got another story. my wife at the time, she had went to some party, and I was hustling, but I was going to pick her up. So let's say you drive down the street right here, you're gonna turn, then you're gonna turn. She on this street. So I'm driving down this street. This is creepy too. Explain this. I'm driving down this street. There's some type of club here where people going in and out downstairs. And people coming out from downstairs, but it's dark. You can't see nobody, but you can see people. Right? So I'm driving by, and when I look, why do fear and darkness come all over me? And I'll never forget that either. I looked down some stairs where people was coming out some kind of party, and it was just darkness and fear all over me. And I couldn't see who it was or nothing. What the hell was they doing down there? And I told my queen, I said, I drove by this building and fear and darkness came for no reason. And I've never felt that since then. The vampire lady didn't make me feel like that. And I keep thinking, there were some people moving around. It was one of them, it was a male. And that male was something. But I couldn't see him. And I'm just driving by. And the vibe was like, you don't want to go in there for no reason. There was nothing creepy about the place or nothing. It was just down some stairs, but it was something in there. Because I still remember it. I thought about that for like weeks. I was like, what the hell was over there that gave me that cold, dark feeling when I didn't see nobody? You know, it's like a doorway down some stairs, and you know, people move coming in and out, like 3 people, 4 people right there in the doorway. And I looked down there and you could just feel the darkness. I'm in the car driving by, and it was just whatever energy it was strong. I ain't never experienced. Now I have never experienced nothing like that, because that vampire lady didn't have no energy. She was just creepy. But whatever that was, imagine getting a dark energy and you can't see what it is. And for days I was thinking, what was they doing? What the hell was they doing in there? You know what I'm saying? What the hell was they doing in there? It wasn't nothing creepy. I didn't see nothing creepy or nothing. Just some people coming from out of a downstairs business, like they look like a club. You know how they'll have the one upstairs, they'll have a row upstairs, and then they'll have a downstairs, and there'll be some kind of way to enter. I remember that too. That was strange. That was probably the strangest because I ain't see nothing. I kept thinking, what the hell was down there where that dark ass evil energy came up the stairs and in my car, and I'm driving, I'm not even stopping. When I picked my lady up, I said, on the next street, they are doing something super evil. Because at least you should be able to see somebody or something. I ain't seen nothing. Nothing look unusual. I can't recognize nobody. Nothing look unusual. It's some people just moving back and forth, coming from out this downstairs door. But the dark is dark and scary. How something scary you can't see? I said, I don't know what the hell they was doing down there or who the hell that was. But boy, the energy was powerful, whatever it was. Boy, you go to the wrong places, you gonna come up missing. I did a story on Bermuda Triangle, and the Bermuda Triangle is right where Atlantis used to be and where Atlantis sunk. So I think the Bermuda Triangle got a lot to do with Atlantis. I didn't know that back as a kid when I did a report on it, but I kind of been looking into it because Atlantis, they was on some real negative. They was on some crazy shit in Atlantis. That's how Atlantis and Moose sunk. There was on some crazy stuff. Everybody got Moo in Atlantis in hand. See the A, see them two A's and the M. See the M and the two A's. Moo is stamped in your hand and Atlantis. What makes me pursue what? Pursue what, Quaylen? Yep, you can see Moo. You can see the M, right? You see the M. And you can see the two A's. What makes me pursue not? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's just something you probably just born with. You know what I'm saying? I was just born with that. I'm just not normal. And it's like you cannot yeah, I was just born like that. And you can always tell because it ain't nothing you want to be. So when you see people that act like they want to be that, they faking. Cause it ain't nothing you want to be or nothing you gonna like, man, no, it ain't like that. It's something that you just got. You ain't got no, you know what I'm saying? But my grandmother said I had it. So my grandmama used to tell me. My grandmother's story, she said I was a little boy, I was about 2 years old. And she said I went and got a leaf from under a tree and brought it to her. And she said, I put it in my Bible. God told me you was a holy baby or something. I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. But she would say that. She would always say that, right? She would always say that. She would always say it. I didn't know I didn't pay her no attention. You just figured just granny just saying stuff, right? So one of the first things that really woke me up to it is as time went on, I started growing dreadlocks. I met an African brother and he gave me a garb that he was a prince because I tried to learn the handshake. He gave me a garb. So I would wear the garb all the time, right? I would wear the garb all the time. It was like an African robe with the big shirt under it and the pants, and I would wear it all the time. And I had like my dreadlocks growing, right? So, and I didn't know all this till way later. I put this together. I didn't even put this together at the time it happened. So when I used to wear my robe and stuff, right? I used to wear my robe and I had my dreadlocks. My mother used to go, "Oh Lord, there go Moses," right? My mother used to go, "Oh Lord, there go Moses." I didn't pay it no attention. So one one day my grandmother came from Detroit to stay. You know what I'm saying? And I think I had my robe on, my locks, and my cane and stuff. And then that's when my grandmother said the shit again. Because she been saying it since I was little. And my mother's like, oh, Lord, Gray, there go Moses. And then my granny like, he's a little boy, and uh, uh, and he go get that leaf. And he bring me that leaf. I put it in my Bible. And the man upstairs told me, that baby's special. That baby this and that. And that's when I started taking it serious because I was so different. Nobody had dreadlocks. I was so strange. And that's when I said, wow, you know. But still, still didn't sink in. It took years. It took years, and I started putting stuff together. My book gonna explain the whole process. Because I've been having like angels talk to me, but I forgot. And I really didn't pay no attention until I got stabbed. And when I got stabbed and I was on the street bleeding out, that angel came to me and said, what you want to do? And I said, I want an ambulance. And I heard, ooh. So I always remember. And the reason I knew it was an angel, because people hear stuff in their head, but I didn't hear it in my head. I heard it in my head, but it was coming from this side of my body. That's how I know it was a creature. Because if it's not a thing, you just gonna hear it in your brain. But it was talking to me from right here. You can't hear it like we hear, but it was right here. Because the police was right there. And it was right here. And then now that I'm writing a book, I'm putting it all together because I was just telling a friend about it. And then I started putting two and two together because that's the same thing that came to me in the county jail and told me that the Most High want me to stop selling substances unless I put all the money in the music. And I told the thing, I got to think about it. And then it came back the next day in the day room in the county jail and said, what's your decision? Then I was thinking about when I was in Hawaii, and I just put all this together. It came to me, and it said, if you get to Africa and you turn on the news and find out that a lot of Black Americans had been unalive, how would you feel? That's what made me didn't want to go to Africa. And I had one more experience, but I don't want to tell it until the book come out, where it woke me up at night. He said, get up. Get up. You know what I'm saying? And I got up. So I always just talked about the one. Then I thought about the other one. Then I thought about the fourth time. This is all recent stuff to me that I just start putting together as I'm writing a book. So I was like, dang, this didn't happen. And it might be some more that I got to remember. But it's been something talking to me. But it's rare. It could be like 7 years apart and stuff. It ain't like, oh, something I always talk. It just pop up. It could be 10 years. It could be 15 years before it show up and say something. So I finally had to just accept that. I couldn't see it. They can be made visible, but I don't never see it. And you can hear it, but it's not a human sound. And it's gonna come from one side of your body or the other one. It ain't gonna just be in your head. You're gonna know something talking to you. It ain't like you just hear it. No, it's something there. When I was in the county jail, it was on the right side too. It was right there. like right here. But you can't see it and you can't hear it. But you hear what it's saying, but it ain't words. Like it's words, but it's not sound. It's some other kind of way to communicate. But if it wasn't something, why would it be on the right side? Why would it, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know it's real, because you don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Quayla? Like, that's how you know it's real. If somebody know the answers, it ain't real. Like, I don't know. That's how you know it's real. I got no idea what going on. I don't know. As a matter of fact, you'll forget the only reason it's coming up because I'm constantly talking to people while I'm writing this book and I recollected, or I never would have remembered all these instances. I only remember this because I've recollected pieces of my life and I'm like, oh, like some chosen shit. You know how Quayla, they say chosen and they say like it's like something special? No, that ain't chosen. That ain't chosen. Chosen is like Quayla, you and your brother, right? Y'all in the living room. And your daddy come and say, Quayla, take the garbage out. That's what it's like. You got chosen to take the garbage out. It ain't like, chosen. It's not like that. It's like you and you and your brother sitting there and your daddy come and say, Quayla, take the garbage out. That's exactly what it's like. It's like you get picked to do something. Did I write what down to see if it's another message in the letter? What letter? I don't know. What letter? You might be early. Did I ever write it down? See if it's another message in the letter. Because you don't really be knowing. You're not going to know what it is or pay it a lot of attention. You don't know that. A lot of times you don't know. You don't know until you look back. The only time I knew it was happening when I was out there bleeding out and they asked me what I want to do. That's when I knew, oh shit. That's when I knew someone was talking to me. The other time was talking to me, I didn't pay a lot of attention to it. No, I didn't write it down. Cause you don't know which particular time, Julie, because you don't know that's what's going on. A lot of times you don't know that's what's going on until you think back later. You kind of just think you thought it, you know? You think it's a thought, you thought it kind of. Except circumstance when it told me to wake up, that was definitely something. And when it asked me what I want to do when I was bleeding out, they asked me, say, what you want to do? And I said, I want an ambulance. And the police was right here. The angel was right there. It said, what you want to do? I said, I want an ambulance. The police said, one on the way. The police thought I was talking, I swear to God, the police thought I was talking to him. I wasn't talking to him. And I said, I want an ambulance. And I heard, "Rrrr." And he like, one coming. And then he was like, God damn it, it's a fire truck. Send me an ambulance. And I remember telling the guardian angel, That's not funny. Because it was like a practical joke. Well, I'm out here dying. I said, I want an ambulance. And I'm thinking, that's quick. And then it's like, it wasn't no ambulance. And I remember thinking to the guardian angel, that's not funny. I swear to God. I was like, that's not funny. Don't you see I'm bleeding? You know what I'm saying? It was like a practical joke. I had a friend say it wasn't a practical joke, that they was trying to let me know something was coming. But that ain't what it felt like. Oh, the men in black. I forgot about that. I don't know what kind of test it was. Kathy asked me, do I remember when the men in black came to get me? I don't know. I was at a Lutheran school, y'all. I forgot about that too. I was at a Lutheran school. So they gave us all the tests. They said, you get a score based on how many you write that you answer correct. So they said, only answer the ones you know. Because every time you miss one, you get minus a point. So if you answer one that's right, then you answer the next one wrong, you got a 0, right? So cool. So I go through the test and I only answer the ones I think is right. And I'm kind of finished a little early. I'm too smart for my own good. So I'm looking at it. And I'm real good at math. So when I look at it, these ones, I know these is right, right? So I'm looking at it, and they all B, right? They are everything that I know, I absolutely know is B. So I put B, 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 B. I had B. So I said, well, if the ones I answered that I already know is B, my smart ass, I think I'm in the 7th or 8th grade. I said, well, if I mark them all B, I'm going to have a whole lot right because obviously most of the answers is B, right? I said the ones I miss ain't going to cancel out all these B's because the ones that I absolutely know, I'm looking at the test and everything I answered, I absolutely know is a B. So my smart ass, I get the pencil, I go B, 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 B on all the ones I didn't answer. I turned it in. So, like, I don't know how much time went by, but I'm in class one day and 2 men in black come. That's the best way to describe them. They got on black pants, black shirt, right? And they go to the teacher and they say, so. And she said, Michael? I said, She said, these men like to talk to you. So they took me out in the hallway. They look like agents, federal agents. They look like the FBI or CIA or something. So they said, we got your test right here, and you did exceptionally well. Like, we don't get scores like this. I'm a kid, I don't know nothing. So I said, oh yeah. When they said only answer the ones you know. And when I got finished, I looked at most of the answers was B. So I just put B on all of them. And the one looked at the other and they looked at me and they said, okay, thank you. And they just left. They're like, he's smart, but he ain't the smart we think, you know? They're like, he real smart, but we thought he was a genius. We thought he knew these answers. I'm like, no, I ain't know the answers. Y'all said answer the ones I know. I got finished early. I noticed almost all the answers was B. I got all these empty spaces. I did the math. If I know B, 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 I'm finna, you know what I'm saying? He looked at the other one. They looked at me. They said, okay, thank you. And they just left. I bet they fixed that test. They probably said, smart ass. They thought I was really smart. Now, I don't know all them answers, but I do know that I know math. I'm good at math. Y'all said that if I do 10 right and get 10 wrong, that ain't gonna be no good. But I did all these, and if I mark all these B's, I'm finna be, I'm finna get a super grade. Which I did. They just looked at each other and they said, okay, thank you. That's it. And left, which is good because if I was that smart, they probably would have took me. They probably would have took me or something. It probably wouldn't have been good. They probably would have contacted my parents and said, we want to put him in the government something, or just say, okay, and I walk out of school one day and just be missing and they just have me in a room somewhere. I don't know. It probably wasn't going to be nothing good. I don't know what they would have did. I was so much of a kid. I told them the trick. They say you did exceptionally well. I said, oh yeah, I noticed they was all B when I'm finished. So I said, if I mark all these B, I'm gonna get a high score. They said, okay, thank you. That was like Men in Black though. Because when I seen Men in Black, I was like, that's the dudes that came to see me. Because there wasn't no Men in Black back then, so I ain't paying no attention how they was dressed. But when Men in Black came out, I said, that's the dudes that came when I was in the 8th grade or 7th, 8th grade. It was the Men in Black for real though. It was the government, the United States government. And when I think it was real creepy, the way they had me in the hall, the way they was talking, it was creepy. I was so stupid, I was such a kid, I ain't even get it. I told them the whole demo. Too smart for my own good. Real talk. Good to see you, ex Ristian Live. What's going on? But will the book have picture of reggae artists? No, the book is all because the book, Elijah, is not covering. If I put pictures, that'd be too crazy. The book is covering my whole life, so it's going through all my different changes from as far as I could think back, right up until I finish. So this will be in the book too. Me going live. So the book is gonna cover from as far as I can think back to whenever I finish. Wherever I'm at when I finish, and it's gonna be done. But uh it's got a theme to it. It's a very deep book. It's deep. And it's got a theme. And right now I'm waiting on some people to finish my paperwork because I'm gonna be out of town. I'm finna go out of town. I was supposed to be out of town 3 months ago. If I could replay a moment in history or time, what would that be? Replay, you mean do it over? When you say replay, you mean do it over, do it different, or do it the same way? Quaylen. So you mean do it, would I do it over or would I do it the same way? Would I want to do it exactly like that over again? Which one you mean? I can't change anything. I wouldn't redo nothing. It wouldn't make no sense to redo it if I'm gonna do it the way I did it already. And if I could change something, I wouldn't do it because I was scared. I'd be scared it's gonna change too much. And I'm alive. If I change something, I can't guarantee I'm gonna be alive. But I wouldn't do nothing over. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to go back. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to go back because it would just be a waste of time. I already, I already did it. So I wouldn't be able to see no purpose in it, and I wouldn't want to change nothing. Yeah, I wouldn't redo it. The goal is to try to eat right, be healthy, work out, and do more stuff. I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't go back and do nothing. I wouldn't go back nowhere I was at, which is a good question too, Clay. Because let me tell y'all something. You can never go back. If you went in California, let's say you go to California this year and you have a good time and you do certain things. If you go back to California 3 years from now, so it ain't gonna be the same. It's not gonna be. You'll never find that particular California. So if I go to California, if I go to Hawaii, it's a totally different one, and it might not even be as good as when I went. So I wouldn't do no redos. Yeah, I wouldn't do nothing over again. Not a sexy lady, not an adventure with a chick, none of that would I do over. That's why you got to do it big when you do it. Then you know what I'm saying? See, I wouldn't do nothing over though. Somebody else got some questions? Yeah, I wouldn't do nothing over. That's like when I left Chicago and when I came back, I was like, oh, I didn't even really know Chicago because I left real young. So when I come back, it's a different Chicago anyway. I wouldn't do no do overs though. The key is go and be adventurous. Be adventurous. Just don't be mundane. Be adventurous. Try something. That would be my advice to young people. Stop being so mundane. Jump, jump. Go do something. Do I think hustlers used to keep their word more back then, or have things always been the same? Uh, it's always been snakes in the grass. Always. Anybody to tell you it was better? No. It's always been snakes in the grass. It's all the people, the key is picking the right people and not jumping off the cliff. And when you get with the right people, you just stick with them. You don't go from this one to this one to this one to this one. And you keep your distance. So if you're buying product from somebody, only see them when it's time to buy more product. Don't be around them other than when you're working. What's the key to staying positive? You can't stay positive. You got to be whatever is going on. You can't stay positive. You might have to defend yourself. You might have to defend your queen. You might have to defend your family. And so, uh, yeah, you can't stay positive. You can't be positive and you can't be negative. You got to be whatever you got to be at that time. I wouldn't consider myself a positive person, but in some cases I would based on my health. I think the only thing you could do to be positive is health. I think the only thing you could do to be positive is try to take care of your health. Because trying to take care of your health puts all the other positive things in perspective. If you try to take care of your health, you definitely gonna be a good father. You definitely gonna be a good husband. You definitely gonna do good things because just trying to be positive there just puts you in a whole positive space anyway, right? So if you real crazy about your health, I'm real crazy about my health. I got a wife. I see a girl out here, she want to holler at me. I'd like to take care of my health. She might have an STD. I don't want to take no STD back to my wife. So no, ain't nothing happening because dealing with her is unhealthy. I don't know where you been. And then also what's unhealthy, cheating on you. My wife find out, we might get to fighting. That's not healthy. She might hit me with something that's not healthy. She might, we might be stressed out and get along. That's unhealthy. That's stress. That, you see. So like once you trying to be healthy, it really keeps you in line with everything positive to keep you in a good space. Going out arguing with dudes, that's not healthy. What if you get shot? What if you get stabbed? So I think the key to a balanced life is health, eating right, being really over the top with eating right, trying to eat the best, studying what's good for your stomach, what's good for your spleen, what's good for your kidneys, what's good for your liver. To me, when you don't got that, your life gonna be in shambles anyway. You know how you gonna be positive? You got cancer, and you gave it to yourself. Anybody could get cancer, but it's one thing to get it and not know where it's from. It's another thing to get it because you just eating cancerous food and in a total cancerous environment. Because if you're in an environment and you eating food that's healthy, when you do come across something cancerous, that's most likely going to clean that out. That's going to cut the effect of that cancerous situation. But if you come across something cancerous that you consume and you are consuming a bunch of stuff cancerous anyway, You don't got nothing to clean you out, so it's just gonna manifest. You know what I'm saying? You always want to be on your square. You don't want to be no drunk. When you're a drunk, you ain't on your square. But I wouldn't call it positive. I wouldn't call myself a positive person. I'm just not negative. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be positive. Just don't be negative. You know what I mean? You don't have to be this great Samaritan. Just don't do nothing to nobody. Cause me, I don't like religion because religion say you gotta do all this stuff for God. But I'm like, if I ain't bother nobody, why I gotta kiss God's ass? Make that make some sense. What kind of God ain't happy that I'm just not bothering nobody? Make it make some sense. All the Ten Commandments and all the laws in religion is about bothering people. So if thou shalt not kill, if you not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness. What I think about the books with herbs and remedies, I think about a lot of the books with herbs and remedies. I think it could be misguided information the way they presenting some of it. You have to be careful. You know what I'm saying? When you tell the people, take this for this and take this for this and take this for this. I find that everybody now is giving out, first it was, we were trying to do that, but now if you go on Instagram, they're like, trying to grow hair, use this, use that, use that. You go next one, try to use it, grow hair, use this, use this, use this. Try to grow hair, use this one, and this one. And everybody giving you 20, 30 different things for the same, and it's like, wait a minute, they scamming. Y'all ain't noticed that if it's anything, they telling you everybody got a different way to do this. And I'm like, best way to help your digestive, do a lemon in this. The next one say the best way to help your digestion, do apple cider in this. The next one said the best way to help your digestion, do apple cider, lemon, and this. And I'm like, y'all just making it up as you go. And based on what? Where's your research on this at? What? Because they want to tell you the best way to do this, but so that you could get rid of this sickness instead of telling you the best way not to get sick in the first place. Then you ain't got to take all that garbage. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got CMOS, but all the CMOS ain't even legitimate. Now, I take CMOS, but you got to make sure you getting it and making it yourself. You can't buy no CMOS already made. You have to soak your CMOS and blend it up yourself. You can't be buying no already made CMOS. I got some CMOS in the refrigerator. I make it myself. I would never order no already made CMOS. Just get your CMOS and soak it yourself and blend it up yourself. That way you know it's fresh. I would never buy no jar of CMOS or no already made CMOS. Let me get my CMOS natural and make it myself. Because you buying already made CMOS, first off, man, you ain't even getting it at its highest level. You don't know how long they had that in the refrigerator and made it. When you make your own, you're going to only make it at the speed you use it. And you're going to make way more. You know how much money you'll make if you blend it up yourself? I get one little bag like that and I get 3 things of sea moss like this for just a bag like that. You know how much they'll charge you for 3 of these? You know? Because you don't need nothing but like this much sea moss out the thing, and it's gonna make this much in a big thing. They selling you that little jar. It don't take no sea moss to fill up that jar. They robbing the hell out you. That mason jar of sea moss, man, you getting robbed. Facts. They robbing the hell out you. Would I drop my own remedy book? Nope. Because I wouldn't want to be responsible for nobody's health and tell them, take this, take that. And then now I'm getting sued. Because you can't just take that shit. You might be allergic. I didn't told you to take this herb, but you allergic to it. You can't just take stuff. You know what I'm saying? You can't just take that stuff like that. No. You can't just, you know what I'm saying? You can't just take herbs like that. You can't just take them herbs like that. Watch. Watch people get sued. Somebody gonna get sued. Just give it a minute. You can't just take them herbs like that. You know what I'm saying? Mm-mm. That's a shortcut. They trying to have shortcuts to help. You can't shortcut like that. You got to really get into this and do it yourself and figure it out. You can't be taking no shortcuts when nobody's selling you some stuff and you don't know. You know, that ain't gonna work. Because people, when I sell them remedy herbs, you know what they gonna do? They gonna do poison, take the remedy herb. Do poison, take the remedy herb. If you eat right in the first place, you might not even need the damn remedy herb. So that's why I don't push that because people try to use it for a shortcut and want to eat bad and think they can go to my herb book and magically, you know what I'm saying? That's what they gonna think. You know what I mean? You gotta crawl before you can walk. You gotta get in this and go A, B, C, D, E, F. G. You can't just come in. Oh man, let me order your book. It's a Z. You don't know nothing else. You think you could just go eat anything. If you ain't got no discipline, hell, ain't nothing gonna work. You ain't got no discipline. You're gonna send your body into shock. Heal it, make it sick. Heal it, make it sick. You know, like crazy. And sometimes when you heal and you then put the bad stuff on top of it, that could be very dangerous. That could be very dangerous. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Hello? Can you explain the term FBA? Some people say you can have one parent or tether, and some say the Aboriginal is confusing. FBA is Foundation of Black Americans. if you got one parent that's an immigrant or something, you're not foundational Black American, but that parent that's a foundational Black American is due reparations, and you might be due half of whatever we getting, but you're not a foundational Black American because you mixed. If you mix, you ain't know how you a foundational Black American. If my mama's a Black American and my dad's a Jamaican, I ain't no Jamaican. I'm not no Jamaican. I'm a mix, but I'm not no Jamaican unless my mama and daddy is Jamaicans. How my mama Chinese and my daddy Jamaican and I'm a Jamaican? Hell no. I tell you this, buy some dogs. Get you a purebred pit bull and mix them with a German Shepherd and go sell them as a pit bull. They'll see what happens. I bet you ain't nobody gonna buy it. They gonna say that ain't no pit bull. Go get a poodle and mix it with a chihuahua and say it's a poodle. How? It's not a poodle, it's a chipoodle. You know? It's a poo-wow-wow. You know what I'm saying? It's a poo-wow-wow. You know what I'm saying? It's a poodle and a chihuahua. It's a poo-wow-wow. That's not a poodle and that's not a chihuahua. So no. Now I don't call people tethers. Tether is not an immigrant is not a tether. An immigrant is not a tether. A tether is somebody that tie themselves to your culture for advantage. That's a tether. Somebody that lock onto your culture, don't necessarily like you or nothing, is a tether. A tether would be an actor come from England and play roles as Black Americans, and then when they're at home talk about Black Americans like a dog. That would be a tether. Somebody that'll come and play a role as an American hero in a movie and then go back and don't even like Black Americans, but will play one in the movie to get money. That's a tether. But just because you were Jamaican, you're not no tether. A tether is something that attached themselves to you. So if you're not falsely attaching yourself, you're not a tether. But if you're attaching yourself to our plight and what we own, then yeah, you're a tether. Look up tether, and then you'll get it. If you look up tether, you know what I'm saying? If you look up tether, then, you know what I'm saying? You'll get it. A tether is somebody connect themselves to you. You know what I'm saying? To pull themselves up, use you to pull themselves up. I don't know. I'd have to hear it straight from the person. I can't let you tell me what somebody else is saying because I can't verify that. I can't verify it. You know, I can't verify he said that. So I don't know. I would have to talk to him directly. But I could tell you this. Malcolm X's mother was from Grenada and his daddy from America. And if I get $50,000, he can't get nothing but 25. You know what I'm saying? How he gonna get the same amount of money I got when both of my parents were slaves in America? You know what I'm saying? I would say that. But what's the purpose for the question? I'm kind of confused on that. What's the purpose? What's the purpose of the question? Because I'm not understanding the purpose of the question. You know what I mean? I could tell you this. You know what I'm saying? I could tell you this. Everybody gonna be FBA if they could get our reparations. You know what I'm saying? But I think if you got one parent, if they paid the dues, then I could see you getting the money from the parent that went through it. But you ain't gonna get the same amount of money as both parents went through it. You know what I'm saying? You can't if you got one parent that went through our experience, you know what I mean? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? The purpose is some people say ancestors of slavery and some say they aboriginal. If you ancestors of slavery or you aboriginal, if you was still here from the 1700s, you still a foundational black American because the black Americans got nothing to do with your ancestors or where you from. Black American is your citizenship. So if my parents was here from Haiti, but they was here in the 1700s and they was American, became American citizens, they would be foundational black Americans because they was here. A black American is citizenship, not anything other than that. It's citizenship. Were you here in the 17 or 1800s? Was your family here? Because if they bought you from slavery and you was here, you ain't no tether because you been here when there was the foundation of America. So it don't got nothing to do with your DNA. American is citizenship. Are you a foundational black American citizen? No matter where you from. Or is you a Johnny come lately and had nothing to do with slavery? You see what I'm saying, y'all son? That's all it is. How long you been here? So that's why we want to go back to the 1800s, 1700s. Because that's what people say, well, how you Egyptian? That's my DNA. That's back 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. FBA is my great grandmama and great great great, and the people that was here when the country was formed. That's not my DNA, that's my nationality. And the reason we want to be foundational black American is because if you move here in 1976 and you from Nigeria and you get your citizenship, technically you're a black person and you're an American. You're an American citizen. So you could be a black citizen. You could be a black American because You from Nigeria, you black, and you're American citizen. That's why we say foundational, meaning we've been here from the foundation of the building of the country, and we want to be separated from you if you was not here doing the foundation. Trinidadians could say they Ethiopian in their DNA, but if they get a license, Susan, what kind of license they gonna have if they in Trinidad? They're gonna be a Trinidadian citizen. Am I right or am I wrong, Susan? They are Trinidadian citizens. They might say they got Ethiopian DNA. People don't understand American is citizenship. So if you're in Trinidad and you got Trinidadian citizenship, you might have be an Ethiopian in your DNA, but you are a Trinidadian citizen. You're not an Ethiopian citizen. And if you go to Ethiopia and get an Ethiopian citizen, you will not be a foundational Ethiopian. You will not be the same as Ethiopians that been there. You was an Ethiopian, you moved there and became an Ethiopian citizen. But you can't move to Ethiopia and become an Ethiopian citizen and say you're a foundational Ethiopian. You not the same as people that been in Ethiopia for generations. You was in Trinidad. So you don't deserve, if they getting something from Italy, if they getting reparations from Mussolini and them bombing them and you moved there from Jamaica or Trinidad, you don't get no reparations. You wasn't even there. There was no disagreement with Haile Selassie and Marcus Garvey. It was Marcus Garvey talking crazy. His Majesty had never had no disagreement with Marcus Garvey. His Majesty never had no. His Majesty ain't had no disagreement with Marcus Garvey. It's people like me say fuck Marcus Garvey. Not His Majesty. There was no His Majesty didn't have no disagreement with him. Who told you His Majesty had a disagreement with Marcus Garvey? I don't know where you got that from. So yeah, this is a tether, somebody that connect themselves to you, for they trying to benefit off of you, and so they connect themselves to you. That's a tether. Keep the questions coming. We going. We going. I don't know. You got to ask them. Ask them when you go back. I don't know. Ask them. You know what I'm saying? I can't speak on something somebody else told you. You got to ask the original source. I can't answer a question when you got it from somebody else. Like, what you want me to say based on what somebody else said? I don't know. When you go back to the church, ask them. I can't speak on that. Like, I don't know the the context or nothing. I don't know. I don't even know if they knew what they was talking about, so I can't speak on that, Sherry. Yeah, go back and ask him. But His Majesty didn't have no beef with no Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was the one talking crazy. Haile Selassie never said nothing about Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was a nobody, just had a little thing. His Majesty was the emperor of a whole country. So just balance it out. Marcus Garvey, some guy in New York with a little organization. This is a man run a whole nation, a whole country. Got to go to war with Italy. They ain't on the same level. A ruler of a country that's a king of a country and some guy that's got an organization. They definitely not even Stephen. Marcus Garvey, he might have had, if he was the prime minister of Jamaica, maybe, but just to be some dude with organization, he not on His Majesty's level. Like how? That's like comparing some dude with an organization in England with Donald Trump that run a country. Do I have the truth about the cause of Bob Marley's death? Yeah. But everybody's got all conspiracy, so it don't make no sense to speak on it. But yeah, Bob Marley was playing soccer, hurt his toe. Instead of letting it heal, he chose to have it cut off to stay on tour. Cut his toe off. Cut his toe off. It got infected. And he went to the Germans to treat it. Because Bob cut his toe off. So I don't know. The people just be saying all type of stories. Bob cut his toe off to be able to make the tour. Now, all them stories about a needle in the shoe and all that, if they say so. And then his mama took him to a German to get rid of a germ. So imagine that. He went to Babylon for treatment. But he said, fireborn Babylon. You know what I'm saying? So, he went to Babylon for treatment. He should have canceled the tour and took care of his toe. I mean, he should, you know what I'm saying? But that's why Rasta, we don't play. He shouldn't have been playing no soccer and playing. He's playing. You know what I mean? He shouldn't be playing. Let's take a break and we'll finish. Keep hitting me with the questions, though. We'll make it do what it do. Hit me with the questions. Hit me with the questions to support the channel. You heard the King of Kings set up a fund for Black Americans? No, His Majesty put money in the bank, and a lot of African kings put money in the bank for blacks to come to Africa, but they never told us about it. You know what I'm saying? Sunrod told me that it was trillions of dollars in the bank in Europe for black people, and they don't let us know it's there. You know what I'm saying? They ain't let us know it's there. Real talk. Hit the super chat, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, G-Rock. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? Much respect to Kathy. Much love. Tell your husband I said hi. I'm glad he's doing well. You know what I'm saying? We going on 6 hours. We doing questions. Who else got some? Okay, it's 7 in the morning. Who else got some good questions? We rocking out. We rocking out with the questions. Hit me with the good questions. Things that you want to ask somebody. If I know, I'm gonna tell you. If I don't know, I must tell you I don't know. You know what I'm saying? If I don't know, I'll tell you. Can you explain how you use credit cards? I use credit cards like this. I I take my credit cards. Right now, all my credit cards is used all the way up, and they say I owe 'em money. Da 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 da. So people gonna say, "Well, Pharaoh, you ain't been paying them. I haven't been paying them shit." And people say you're gonna mess up your credit. I know you're not, because as soon as you pay that credit card up, and a few weeks go by, your credit gonna shoot right back up. Okay. So I use credit cards like this. I'll take my money. I'll pay all my credit cards all the way up when my money's right. If I got $10,000 cash on hand and $10,000 on a credit card, and I gotta buy something, and I gotta spend a lot of money, I'm gonna use the credit card. And then kiss my ass. I give it to them when I feel like it, because I like to keep the cash. But like right now, my credit cards, this one say, yo, 200. What I'll do is this month and next month out. The one for 250, I give them the whole 250. Have it back up. The one I think I'll five some, I'm gonna give them the whole five. Have it all the way back up because I still got the money. So when I take my money out my pocket and put it on my credit card, right? So let's say this is my money in this pocket and this is my credit card in this pocket. When I take my money out of this pocket and put it on my credit card, all it do is go back to this pocket. So all you doing is taking your money from one pocket and putting it in the other pocket. Because if I put the $500 over here on the credit card, I got 500. I still got my $500. So you got to remember that a credit card, you still got your money. Stop thinking you paying the credit card company. No, all you doing is taking the money cash from your pocket and putting the cash on the card. So if I gotta go and get some tires fixed on my car and it's $300, I'll take the $300, I'll put it on the card, and then I'll use the card. It's the same, it's still in my pocket. The only difference is the $300 on the card is their money that I'm putting back on the card. And the $300 I got is my money I made. So if they give me a credit card, got $5,000 on it, or only got, let's say, only got 1,000 on it, that's their $1,000. So if I use it down and I go put the $1,000 back, I'm putting $8,000 back, but I can still use it. So it doesn't hurt you to pay your credit cards down because you still got the money. You still got the money. So my credit card's been messed up for a few months. I ain't give them nothing. I don't care. I'm going to go give it to them all at one time. I didn't want to get up my cash. The economy was looking crazy. If the economy going to mess up, then I'd rather owe them and have my money. They can't get blood from a turnip. I ain't giving you nothing. How you going to get it? And so then I'll build my money up, and then I'll go give them all their money, and then my credit shoot right up. It's going to shoot right up as soon as you give them the money, leave it there. Who gives a damn if it went down? It's going to go right back up. It's going to go right back up. They be playing games with you. It's going to go right back up. So why would you leave your credit cards down when you get your income tax check instead of taking your income tax check and pay all the credit cards and then spend the money off the credit card? You still got the money. One day I was going to get my car fixed. It was going to cost me like $200 to get a brake job. And I was like, man, I ain't finna give them no money on this card. I'll go get my brakes done. Then some say, dummy, put the money on the card and charge it right back off the card. I'm like, oh yeah, the money gonna still be in my pocket. Duh, bruh. I'm thinking I'm paying the credit company. Boy, you're not paying nothing. You just paying from this pocket to that pocket. You still got it. Stop being scared to put the money on your card. You still got the money. You still got the money. Once I figure that out, I don't care. They don't stress me out. Okay, I owe you $700. I get paid. I give you the whole $7. But you're thinking, oh, I don't want to give them $7. You ain't giving them nothing. You putting it right back on the card. I give them the whole $7, and then I go charge $300 back off of it if I feel like it. Duh. So once I figured that out, I said, oh, that's how the credit gang come. They give you some money, you use it, but if you put it back, you use it, and put it back and use it, and put it back and use it, but you still got it. I was thinking I'm paying the credit card people. You ain't paying them nothing. You putting it back in your pocket. So my credit cards need some money in it and all of that. So I stacked up a little money, and I'm going to go pay them all right back off. I'll go pay everybody up real quick. They'll be like, oh, your credit card, oh, it jumped up to 7 something. Okay, cool. And I might leave it, and I might not. It depends on what's going on. That's how I use credit. I uses it. It's their money. As long as you put it back, you're all right. Just put it back. Stop being scared to put it back because you ain't putting it nowhere. People say hip-hop is dead. Do you see a future for the music making a comeback, or it's a wrap? Hip-hop ain't dead. Hip-hop ain't dead. And accountability concepts, you're creating a short-term expense when you're using your credit card. Then when you pay the bank, you're using your assets. I don't care. What I care. Don't matter to me. You're supposed to be trying to get money anyway. So if you're out there trying to get money, what you care? Ain't you trying to get 100,000, 200,000? You don't give a damn about they little $5,000, they little $10,000. Okay, let me see what somebody asked me. Let me see. People say hip hop is dead. Oh no, I mean, you know what I'm saying? People say all kind of stuff. What are my thoughts on dogs in the Bible? I have no idea what you're talking about. Ask me something, make some sense, bro. My opinion on Pooh Shiesty being released from prison. Free the guys. The new song is fire. Free the guys. You know it's free the guys. Free the guys. I like Pooh Shiesty. The new song is fire. I listened to it about 30 times in a row. It's fire, boy. Bro, snapping on that bad boy. Hey, bro, snapping on that bad boy. I listened to that about 30 times in a row. Yeah, I listened to that about 30 times in a row. I ain't exaggerating. The day it came out, I kept playing, kept playing, kept playing. Now I'm playing the song Morocco from the brother from Uganda. I played that about 100 times in a row. Yeah, Pooh Shiesty, he sound good. He's snapping. I'm glad he got out. Free the guys. That single fire though, and the single fire, and he rapped the whole 5 minutes. Well, not 5 minutes because his mama talking at the beginning. She talked about a minute. She talked about a minute, and then he rapped like 4 minutes straight. It was fire. His mama was snapping. Yeah, his mama was snapping. He snapped on that bad boy. I ain't gonna lie. That's going in the playlist for when I go to the gym. That's going in the playlist. Yeah, free Pooh Shiesty. I like Pooh Shiesty. Yeah, he's snapping. Rest of R.I.P. Dolph. Yeah, Pooh. Yeah, he did his thing. We don't chat against no brothers getting released from prison. Free the guys. It ain't nothing else I can say but free them. We don't never wish nobody in prison. We don't do that. That's like a no-no. We don't do that. We don't wish nobody in prison. He's snapping. I ain't gonna hold you. Pooh snapped on that boy. Yeah, he's snapping. He got him, boy. That's all off the chain, boy. That song off the chain. He snapped on that. Like I said, I listened to it over and over and over and over and over and over. I got to put it in a playlist though. He went crazy. You know what I mean? Man, that man went crazy. Crazy. He went crazy. But as far as rap, do I feel rap? Rap ain't going nowhere. The people that like rap gonna listen to rap, and the people that don't like rap not gonna listen to rap. But it ain't gonna go nowhere. It might calm down and go right back up. But it ain't gonna go nowhere. They're lying anyway. The real reason they saying rap ain't going nowhere because they hating on the ladies, because the ladies is killing the game and they want to act like the ladies ain't doing nothing. They don't want to respect the ladies. That's why they lying. They lying. The ladies killing the game. The ladies on fire. They don't want to respect them. They don't want to push them. They want to act like they don't see the ladies. That's what's really going on. They don't want to respect the women. Yeah, they on fire, but they act like they don't see them. So they saying, "Oh, it's dead now." They don't want to give the women no props. You know what I mean? They don't want to give the women no props. You know what I mean? But the music sales going down because they ain't got nothing to listen to the music on no more. That's all. The music is not number one. They trying to say rap ain't number one. Music ain't number one no more with the young males. That's what's really going on. All the ladies, Sexy Red, Nikki, and all the ladies. There's a whole bunch of ladies out here on fire. Don't nobody know who they is. So it's a whole bunch of them. Yeah, 50 a genius. 50 my favorite in entertainment. Yeah, they don't want to push the ladies. They don't want to push the ladies. You know what I'm saying? They ain't pushing Lola. They ain't pushing Lola Brooke. You know what I'm saying? They ain't pushing Lola. They ain't pushing Ice Spice like they supposed to. They ain't pushing Scarlett, Nappy Teen. They ain't pushing none of them. They ain't pushing the ladies. They on fire though. They ain't pushing them. They ain't pushing Star Bands, Mellow Bucks, Brianna Nicole. They ain't pushing. They ain't pushing the ladies. They act like they don't see the ladies. You know what I'm saying? What about Texas? Do I like Screwed Up? Yeah. My favorite Texas rapper right now is Big X the Plug is my favorite. But they doing their thing in Texas. But Big X the Plug is my favorite right now. I like his sound. But a lot of times they be going through transition with rap. So it be rappers out here, then they fade out, and then you got to get time for the new ones to get discovered and fade in. So it be a changeover. A lot of cities is going through a changeover where certain rappers is going this way, and then new rappers is coming. I don't really listen to a bunch of old rappers. I don't listen to old rappers. I only listen to young. I only listen to young rappers. I don't listen to old rappers. I don't listen to old music. I'm a music aficionado, and in music, we want to hear the new artists. We don't want to listen to no old stuff. So I don't listen to old rap. I don't listen to Twister. I don't listen to Do or Die. I listen to G Herbo like that. I listen to young. I'm in the music. I'm in the music business. I gotta listen to young artists. I gotta listen to the new sound like that, or I can't stay in the game. I gotta listen to the new artists. I can't. My ears will get old. I can't make a song if I don't listen to the new artists. I got a career coming out. I'm finna drop. I got a rap career. I'm finna start, and I gotta listen to the new artists. I'm finna be 68. I can't come rapping that old stuff. I gotta rap in order for me to, shake up the charts. I gotta do what I ain't supposed to do. Yeah, I ain't listening to no Christian rapper. I I gotta do what I ain't supposed to do. So at this age to rap, I gotta rap what I'm not supposed to rap. It's the music business. And in the music business, you can't be normal. You gotta shake up. You gotta shake up the scene. If you're trying to do the same normal thing, you ain't getting no publicity. Ain't nobody gonna push you because it's too normal. You can't be normal in music. You gotta make some noise. So if I make a song and my song is like a old KRS-One, ain't gonna go no. I gotta make a song like what shorties will make today. Do I think the gatekeepers been keeping the youth back for years? Nope. Niggas how to get money. I don't know where you at. It's just the game changed, and the fans don't know the game changed. You get money now. You gotta do shows. Not no BT, not no radio, not no CDs. You want to get money now? You gotta do shows. You gotta get booked for shows. And to get booked for shows, you gotta make songs for shows. And don't nobody want to come no show and hear no listening music. They want to turn up at the show. So if you ain't doing shows, you ain't making no dough. You got to do shows. In 2025, 2026, you make money doing shows. That's where your bread's at. You know what I'm saying? No, AI ain't gonna do shit. AI don't do no shows. Anybody go? You know what I'm saying? Anybody don't hear no AI rap. We want to go to the show. You gotta do shows. That's why people think rappers fell off because you don't know rappers doing shows. Rappers doing shows now. You gotta do shows. That's where the bread is at. You got to make dance music to win. No, you have to make whatever music you could do shows. Yep, you got to do shows. You understand? You got to do shows. That's how you make money. And you got to get your music involved with other things like on game. Get your music on Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? You got to get your music on streaming services and, gamers, right? Stuff like that. You got to get your music to go viral on like TikTok. So like if you get your song and they go viral TikTok and then what happened is they'll put your music on it. You know how you post TikTok and then you can pick the music? You know how much money people making from them picking your music to use it on Instagram, picking your music to use on TikTok, picking your music to use on Facebook? You're making good money like that. But mainly shows. That's how you get your money. If you ain't got no stage presentation, you ain't making no money right now. What are some of the things people overlook when it comes to the civil rights movement? When it comes to the civil rights movement, people overlook jobs that are made available from it. Money, jobs. Civil rights movements provide a lot of jobs, a lot of jobs, a lot of money. That's how you get black firemen, black police, and then you get black firemen and black police. Then you get congressmen, senators, mayors, and so on and so forth. So civil rights open up jobs, all type of jobs. So you can buy homes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But as far as making dance music though, yeah, you can make money with dance music too, depending on, yeah, you can make money with dance because you can go viral with dance music. You make the right dance song, you're gonna go viral on social media. Social media is good money. But now you gotta learn how to expand your marketing. You have to expand your marketing. So you want to try to get your movie, you want to try to get your music played on one of 50 Cent's programs, stuff like that. When people putting uh uh when people putting series together for cable television, you want to get one of your songs on there. Stuff like that. You gotta like nowadays you gotta think outside the box and you gotta like come up with your own whole gimmick and everything. You can't nowadays you can't do what everybody else is doing. You gotta be creative. You can't just make no song and sit down no more. You gotta be creative. You know what I'm saying? So you'll do something like not only just drop the song, but create the environment for the song. You make the song, you push the song, you get some hype, you rent the club, you throw the show, you get the people in the club and raise money performing in the show yourself. It's a lot of opportunities, but a lot of artists is a little uh lazy. They don't, nowadays you gotta chop it up. You gotta chop your song up a lot. So you might one song, you might have 10 or 15 one-minute clips for that song that's totally different. So you post it once on Instagram, boom, doing the first verse on this one, then you shoot the first verse again, shoot a different shot, then shoot a different video for the first verse. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? Then get some girls to dance on it, right? You get some girls to dance on your song. So you making your own song popular. Everybody keep hearing it. They say, oh, this is hot. But it really got to be hot. So you got to be honest. So you got to keep making songs. See, artists make a song and then they just sit down. But you might have to make 17 songs to get that hot one. You ain't going to necessarily be able to make one song, two songs, and sit back and want it to pop like that. Like the brother from Uganda. Now he finally popped. He got one song now. It's going crazy. Now he been making songs and they pretty good. But that song he got, Morocco, it done went crazy. It done went, it's worldwide. It done went crazy. On my soda done went crazy. Bro didn't shut the game down on everything. Showed him the song that went crazy. Joshua Baracco. Go check him out. Song that went crazy. Look, that's the name. It's Joshua Baraka. Go check out this. You're going to see the video pinned at the top. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We ain't doing no trolling, bro. I tried to be patient with you, but you too childish. You know what I'm saying? Go check him out. It's Joshua Baraka. Go check the song out. Right here. At Joshua Baraka. The song Morocco. Hottest song in the world right now. Go listen to it right now and tell me if I'm lying. This is the hottest song. This is the hottest song on the whole planet. Right now. Tell me if I don't know my music. Go check it out. It's the hottest song on the planet. Swear to God. Hottest song on the planet. I'm going to listen to it and tell me if I don't know music. I know music. That's the hottest song on earth right now. Watch. Y'all go check it out and come back. Hold on. I'm going to show you. Joshua Baraka, I'll show you. Hottest song on the planet. On my soul. Hottest song on the whole earth. And you tell me if I don't know my music. I know my music. This is the hottest song on the earth. This is the name right here. African brother. Got the hottest song on the earth. Got the hottest song on the earth. The first one on their page is pinned. Morocco. Hottest song on the earth right now. Period. Hottest song on the earth. Got the whole Caribbean going crazy. Got the whole Africa going crazy. Got the whole Europe going crazy. Got South America going crazy. Got the United States going crazy. Got the United States going crazy. Hottest song on the earth. Mark, super talented. Sing, rap, harmony, super talented. All you gotta do is do more songs just like that. Don't try to do nothing different. You gotta do more songs just like that. Hottest artist on the planet. Brother from Africa. Real fire, boy. Mark, super duper talented. I'm talking about super talented. Even on this page, he got on this page, you go, he sit on the couch while he making it, and you can hear him raw while he recording it. Super talented. He hottest right now on the planet. Straight up. Hottest artist on the planet right now. He got the biggest song in the world right now. He got the biggest song. He got the biggest song in the world. got the biggest song in the United States, Africa, everywhere, going crazy. Going crazy. Ask somebody, they're going to tell you. Hot boy. My going crazy. When he come to the U.S., he comes to Chicago. I'm up in there. I'm there. He comes to Chicago. I'm at that bad boy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm at that show. As soon as he do that song, I'll probably leave. I might go listen to some stuff, but he need to do that song like 3 times right quick. I hope somebody tell him, bro, when you go on tour, you come out here, you got to do that song at least twice in a row. You can't just do that song once and go to the next song, bro. It's one of them songs you want to hear over and over and over and over and over. It's one of them type of songs. You know what I'm saying? I ain't lying. Shorty fire. I'm trying to tell you. Shorty fire. I don't know what nobody told you. Hottest artist out in the door. Ain't nobody touching the dude right now. He got the hottest song out in the world. I know music when I hear it. Shorty got the hottest song out in the world. Point blank, period. I'm trying to tell you. You missed it? All right, I'll tell you. There you go, right here. You got the hottest song in the world. His name is Joshua Baraka. The song called Morocco. Song called Morocco. Hottest song in the world. For real. Hottest song in the world. I don't just be making statements like that. He got the hottest song in the world right now. He got the hottest song. He got the hottest song in the world. Ain't no if, ands, or what's about it. Ain't nobody touch this dude. Not with that song. Because he's talented, he got the harmony, he got everything. He got everything it takes when you make a song. He got the whole package. He got the whole package. The whole package. The rhythm, the way he wrote it, the harmonies, the beat, the hook. Perfect. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Uh, yeah. Well, that, it's fine. Fire. Hey, hey, fire. Okay. Dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar. Dollar wine, gonna bend over. Fire. Dollar wine, gotta bend over. Yeah. Over. 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 Shit, fire. Boy, spitting too. And singing. Say, fire. Buddy, $1 man, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar. Gala wine, gala bend over. That's just fire. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, man. Hey, man. That fool snap. I ain't gonna lie. Everybody want the dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. Come on, man. We just want to see a gala wine, gala wine, gala wine, gala bend over. Fire. I said, damn, boy, he wrote the hell out of that bad boy. You know how good you gotta be to write a song like that? Oh, man, that's on fire right there. Go check him out. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me you ain't got the hottest song. You got the hottest song out there. That's the hottest shit. Bro, super talented. Super talented. Going through the roof. The beat, crazy. Harmonies, crazy. Lyrics. Say take your heart, put it in a safe. Protect your heart, put it in a safe. Snapping. And then like speaking like French, like African French. They like hitting up. Oh man. Boy, he gonna have the Caribbean going crazy, Africa going crazy, the US going crazy. The hook, he said, everybody wants a dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. Come on, man. You know everybody wants that money. I just want to see a gala wine, gala wine, gala wine, gala mundo. He said, just want to see the gala bend over. Man, I was like, man, come on, bro. My talented. I said, damn, man, he wrote the hell out there. Go check him out on his Instagram and watch him sitting on the couch doing it, and he messed up. He like, but he doing it live on the mic, on just a mic with a keyboard. I swear to God. Bro doing it with a mic, man, on a keyboard. It sounds so, I said, damn. He listen to R&B, jazz, dancehall, and all the different music, and that's what make, you know what I'm saying? And you can tell you listen to everything. Shorty fire. I just hope he can do it again. You know what I'm saying? You know, I just hope he could do it again. Watch this. Look, Shorty sitting on the couch with a microphone and reading it and doing a song on his phone, on his computer in Africa. And it sounds like it's made in one of the best studios in the world. This when you thirsty. Keyboard right sitting next to him. Thirsty. Hungry. He trying to come up. He ain't trying to hear nothing. Look how he recording. Mic in his hand, reading off the phone, hooks up to his laptop in Africa. Ain't making no excuses. Go to his Instagram. Uh, watch when he mess up. See, he messed up. Boy, talented. Talented, super talented. I kid you not. The boy super talented, super voice beautiful. Writing skills through the roof. Writing skills through the roof. Lyrics, the way he laid the song out, the vocals, the background vocals, like a real music genius. Like seriously. Like this young man, he not no joke. Like super talented, super talented. Anybody know music? No, voice sound great. Got a great talent. Who making them tracks and who mixing it? I believe he probably doing all that. One of them little geniuses. When you listen to the finished product, you're like, damn, who put these vocals and all this together? It takes a lot. You listen to it, Quayla? Man, super talented, man. Super duper talented. I don't know if the African's coming, but I know he coming. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna jump conclusions. I'm just gonna, what I'm saying? I ain't gonna jump conclusions like that. You know what I'm saying? It's fire, ain't he? Talented, ain't he? Them harmonies, the background, you hear the background vocals, his choice of words. Super talented. Super talented. Just hopefully he could do that again. When you make a song that good, the pressure's up. The pressure's up now. but he gonna make $1 million just off of that song. Yep. That's a club. I don't go out of club. You know what I'm saying? That one go out of club crazy. As young as he looked and the way he's sitting there, I think he probably gonna knock it out the park because he looked, one of them rare, like really super talented. You know what I'm saying? Like an all around musician. You know what I'm saying? Just the way the song's constructed, his voice, the way he driving it, yeah, he really that. He's a great songwriter. He gonna make a fortune any way it go, cause he could be songwriting for other people. He gonna make a fortune. A lot of one hit wonders ain't that talented like that. That man talented. Talent goes a long way. A lot of one hit wonders just got a lucky song, but they not necessarily talented. Shawty's super talented. It's hard to construct a song like that. It is hard to construct. It's hard to construct a song like that, ain't it, Quayle? It's hard to put all them pieces together like that. Have the right track, right backgrounds, right lyrics, hook come in right, bam, bam, in and out. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's a certain skill. And he just got that look. He looked like he just got that look. You could see the ones early like that. He just got that look like, he gonna be 45, 50 years old and the man. Cause it ain't, like, you have a lot of one hit wonders, but them songs ain't constructed like that. You can't just get lucky and construct no song like that. You gotta really be good. Heck yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. He's talented. He's talented. You can even look at his profile, how he is, where he lives, and you could tell he's going out in. He's trying to get out of poverty. He's not playing. And he looks like somebody that just been doing music for a minute. Like that's his dream. He put a lot into it. When I listen to him on the couch recording, when I seen him on the couch recording, that's how I know. Yeah, he one of them. He one of them. Go check him out. Check out his song Morocco. Here he is right here.
Turn the everyday in.
Here he is right here. Musician from Uganda, Joshua Baraka. Super, super, super talent. He grew up with music at home because his mom was a choir member. He moved through the tough Boai slum and later became a well-known musician in Uganda. Baraka rose to fame after releasing Nana in 2023. So he already got a hit from 2023 over there. He's 24 years old. This is so he already got a hit. So he already knocking it out the park. He already got a hit. So it's up. He already got a hit over there. Yeah, you said I know. Vibes Cartel, but Vibes Cartel, I mean, he is just for a certain crowd, and he's getting a little old, just got out of jail. So he's gonna be out of here anyway. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to get some more younger, somebody younger coming out of Jamaica. And Jamaica's having a hard time with creativity right now. The creativity is at an all-time low down there. I don't know what's going on with them. But this young man, you can hear the versatility. It don't sound like it don't sound like it don't sound African. It don't sound Jamaican. You can hear a little bit of it, but I can't put my finger on it. It's that song is a very unique sound. He'll do fine because he'll do fine global. So, as far as FBA, a song like this is good for FBA so they can, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing petty hating. We just try to get reparations. So we ain't gonna just all hate on a brother just because he's from Africa. So I don't think FBA would get too ridiculous with that. I don't. I don't see no. I don't see no reason for FBA to hate on him. I don't see that. Yeah, that would be up to people like me and other people. Be like, okay, y'all going too far. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. That ain't got nothing. You know, we ain't gonna get to the point we ain't gonna like no good record just because that now you get what that got to do with a good record. You know, so for FBA to just be hating on him, as long as he don't say nothing crazy and just ignore that, he should just as long as he ignore that. I understand what you said, but you make a point because I thought about that too. But as long as he don't buy into it, it'll blow over. So if they come trolling him and stuff, all he got to do is just ignore it. But I think they'll like him because he said he like he been listening to all the music. He been listening to FBA music, Jamaica. He been listening to all the music, and he said he just put it all together. So I think they'll like him because he basically say this just a compilation. I've been listening to all the music, and the first music he mentioned was like FBA music, Black American music. Do songwriters make as much money performing artists for his songs if they got all their paperwork together? If they got their paperwork for their publisher, and all of that, and they got their stuff registered, BMI and stuff like that, and they made sure they worked the right deal. You know, you still got to write the deal. You know, if you write a song for somebody, you got to make sure you uh, ask for what you want. You got to get your amount. Now, if you let them just give you anything, now, because it's a business. But if you take care of business, yeah, you do real well. Yeah, you do real well. If you got it registered at Sound Exchange or either, BMI or ASCAP, and then Sound Exchange and a couple of other companies where you register your music, yeah, you do real well. Not to mention, if he's producing his music, he's gonna get the performing rights and the production. He can get the performance and the production, and everybody will want him to produce him a song. So if he's young and he's producing them tracks, oh, he's gonna get super paid. Cause old boy in Africa, that dude that's the biggest one in Africa right now, he gonna want a track for sure. Everybody in Africa gonna want a track, and then the Jamaicans gonna want a track. The Jamaicans is gonna want it. He gonna be a hot producer. If he produced that music, he's gonna get paid big time. Everybody gonna want that production. If he's doing that production, oh man, that man finna be filthy rich. Filthy. Which it looked like he doing. He had the keyboard right next to him. If he producing that, he gone to the moon. Because I know American artists gonna pay him for sure. Drake gonna buy a song right off the top. If Rihanna gonna come out, she gonna want to buy us. Artists like that, they gonna want that song. They gonna want a song. They gonna all the big artists that do like a dance like uppity. They all everybody gonna want a song from him. 24 years old, he going to the moon. Ching ching. Especially he just hit him again. He had the one Nana. I gotta go listen now. And now he hit him with that. Cause that in 3 weeks, that's gonna be big in life. If he was in the United States, that would already be super big, but he gotta work his way out of Uganda. But the advantage of being in Uganda is he gonna have the whole Africa, you know what I mean? The plays that is, and then he gonna have Europe right off the top, South America, the Caribbean, Canada, and the US. And all of the Asia, all of them, because they like that kind of music. The man gonna be a global superstar. Because that's a big hit right there. And dollar sign. To say the hook dollar sign and Gallowine bend over through the roof. That's those two parts right there to the moon. Because every girl that want to dance and show off her dance or her outfit or model, they go all TikTok the hell out of this. I bet you, because you can use the song on TikTok. You know how many people gonna go to TikTok and add that song to, man? Because you get paid for that. So he gonna get that Facebook money, that TikTok money where they add their song. Oh man, a song like that song gonna get added, man, a billion times. that man sitting on a bag. When he say dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign, sign dollar, that's it, paid. We just want to see that Gallowine, 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 Gallabendova. It's over. If you're smart enough to write that and put it in the right place in the song, you're gone. Because every girl that want to put on a skirt and the way they got these reels now, oh man, how many reels it gonna be? All these women trying to show how big their butts is, and I know y'all been seeing that song is gonna be everywhere all 2026, all through the summer. Because I posted it right away, and then I found the real video. I took it down and posted the real video. As soon as I heard it, I was like, ooh, wee. I said, this is fire right here. What the hell? You don't really hear songs like that too much. That type of production. Production's great. Background vocals and shit. The stuff he's saying. I think he said something about capture experience, put it in a frame. Oh man, he's snapping. Protect your heart, put it in a safe. Man, boy, great. Impressive. All right, well, that's enough tonight. Now it's the next day. Thanks for joining. Make a donation to Super Chat, Cash App, and all that. Stay positive. Have a great day. And go listen to Bro's song like 30 times in a row. Let's let him get some money. I'm saying, help him out. Let him get some money. I'm saying, and thanks for supporting the channel. Victory.